Good morning and welcome to the Saturday version of the Committee on Ways and Means. Committee Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Assemblywoman Anderson. Assemblywoman Backus. Assemblywoman Brown May. Assemblywoman Dickman. Assemblywoman Gorlow. Assemblyman Hafen. Assemblywoman Howdegi. Assemblywoman Kasama. Assemblyman Miller. Assemblyman O'Neill. Assemblywoman Peters. Assemblyman Watts. Assemblyman Yeager. Chairman Moreno.
And I am here. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us on a Saturday. We do have a very long agenda, but I don't think it'll take us all day. If you plan to join us, I don't. I really don't. I'm being very optimistic. If you'd like to join us for public comment at the end of today's meeting, that call-in number is 888-475-4499. Our meeting ID for today is 837-2431-5193, and then please press pound. I'd like to remind everyone to please mute or turn off your electronic devices so that they're not disruptive throughout today's meeting. The members will be using their laptop to follow along with the agenda, with exhibits, amendments, all that. Please don't take that as a sign of disrespect. They really are working. With that, we will get started, but before we open our first bill hearing, I'd like to turn it over to Speaker Yeager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we get started, I just wanted to first recognize and thank our staff who got us ready for this meeting this morning, and I want to recognize our members and, of course, those who had to drive from Reno because it was a quick turnaround, and then recognize everyone in the audience and particularly our state employees who are here on a Saturday morning in the Ways and Means Committee. I just wanted to tell you that we appreciate your hard work. We know during the legislative session, things move very quickly, and we ask you to be here at all different times of the day and the weekends. And also just want to say that I'm very proud that we were able to advance a pay bill to the governor's office that finally recognizes the hard work and gives you guys the compensation that you deserve. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. I truly appreciate those words. We couldn't do this work without our state employees and especially without our staff. So we are going to be taking things a little bit out of order. Our first bill that we're going to hear will be Assembly Bill 148, and then we will move to Assembly Bill 281. Since some of the members are on the committee, we'll move those bills to the end, and that will be Assembly Bill 160, 161, 184, and 253. So, with that, we will get started with Assembly Bill 148 and welcome Assemblywoman Marzola to the table. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I feel like I haven't seen you in so long.
It's been at least an hour and a half.
Again, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Elaine Marzola, and I represent Assembly District 21 in Clark County. I am here to present Assembly Bill 148, which revises provisions relating to child welfare. I brought this bill on behalf of the Nevada Core Improvement Program, CIP. This program emphasizes and supports keeping families together and children's rights to protection from abuse and neglect. This program is overseen by the CIP Select Committee, which I am a member of. The committee is comprised of family court judges, a tribal representative, child welfare agency representatives, a deputy attorney general, district attorneys, a public defender, legislators, the district of the administrative office of the courts, several attorneys who actively represent neglected and abused children, and a court-appointed special advocates, CASA representatives. We have been working for months to develop this bill that is before you. This bill enables the courts and agencies involved in child welfare system to improve their handling of child dependency cases. The bill accomplishes several things, including setting up a statutory procedure for the appointment of guardian ad litems for parents in dependency cases who are incapacitated, required federal language in NRS regarding certain out-of-home child placements, and creating a statutory framework for handling situations where a child must be placed in a secure facility to receive treatment. There were several fiscal notes attached to this bill. However, the amendment adopted in the Policy Committee removed any anticipated fiscal impact. I'm happy to report that each agency has now determined that there is no longer a fiscal impact. And with that, Madam Chair, I will stand for questions. I do also have Buffy Akuma, the Chief Deputy District Attorney from Washoe, on Zoom.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and you were right, there were several fiscal notes, but they've now all moved to a $0 balance. There was an additional amendment submitted by John McCormick that would delete sections 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 48, 68, and 69. Is that a friendly amendment, and does that affect, since there isn't a fiscal note, wouldn't affect a fiscal note, correct?
Elaine Marzola for the record, and I will have Mrs. Akuma answer that question for you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Buffy Okuma. I'm with the Washoe County District Attorney's Office. I'm here as a representative of the Court Improvement Program. The bill that, or the amendment that Mr. McCormick submitted yesterday is related to the change from the term court master to magistrate. There has been some concern from some judicial officers regarding that change, and so that is the only effect that that amendment would have. It would not have a fiscal impact.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that. Since this amendment does not have a fiscal impact, I ask that you just submit it as a floor amendment as the bill moves out of this committee.
Elaine Marzola for the record. I will do that, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Members, any questions for the presenter? Seeing none? Thank you so much, and I'll invite anyone up to the table that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 148. Seeing no one here in Carson City to testify in support of Assembly Bill 148, is there anyone in Las Vegas that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 148? Seeing none, BPS, do we have anyone joining us on the phone line that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 148?
Callers, if you would like to testify in support of AB 148, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to opposition. Is there anyone here in Carson City that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 148? Seeing none, is there anyone in Las Vegas that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 148? Seeing none, BPS, do we have anyone on the phone line that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 148?
Callers, if you would like to testify in opposition to AB 148, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. So moving to the neutral position, is there anyone here in Carson City that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 148? Not seeing any, and not seeing anyone move to the table in Las Vegas to provide neutral testimony. BPS, we'll go to the phone lines again. Is there anyone on the phone line that would like to provide testimony in the neutral position?
Callers, if you would like to testify in neutral for AB 148, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. We'll ask the presenter, there's no closing comments. So with that, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 148. And seeing that there's no fiscal impact to the state, the amendment that's been presented has no fiscal impact on the bill. That amendment will be presented on the floor. We will go ahead and open the work session for Assembly Bill 148. And with that, I will entertain a motion to do pass as amended.
Madam Chair, I'd move to do pass as amended Assembly Bill 148.
I have a first from Assemblywoman Backus, a second from Assemblywoman Hadigi. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and we'll assign that floor statement to Assemblywoman Marzola. Good morning. The next item on our agenda for today is a bill hearing for Assembly Bill 281, and we'll welcome Assemblywoman Gorlow to the table. And you can get started as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the Ways Committee. For the record, I am Michelle Gorlow, representing Assembly District 35, and with me today is Randy Soltero, and we're proud to present AB 281, which requires the administrator of a senior living facility to ensure a senior living facility is equipped with a functional ventilation system. And I will turn it over to Mr. Soltero to explain the lack of a fiscal note now.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Randy Soltero, or maybe a lack of a fiscal note. Here to talk about AB 281. You see the fiscal note that's attached to this, $90,000, around $90,000 in the first year, just over $117,000 in the second year of the biennium. I spoke with Mr. Devine with the Department of Health and Human Services, who is here today, that could answer any questions, is ready to answer any questions. I talked to him about this fiscal note, and what he informed me is this. The person that would be assigned, because this fiscal note would be to pay for an investigator if this bill is passed. What he informed me is that this person would be assigned to a department in HHS that is a fee-based department, and therefore there would be no fiscal impact on the state because those persons are the fees that are generated from that department pay for those investigators. So with that, answer any questions. Again, Mr. Devine is here as well if you have any questions.
Good morning. If Mr. Devine is in the room, I'll invite you to join them at the table. I did receive an email from your office that indicated exactly what Mr. Soltero put on the record, that the legislation requirements in Assembly Bill 281 would have an impact on your division, but because it's fee-funded, not an impact on the state budget. So my question for you is, can your division absorb that impact?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Kyle Devine, for the record, Deputy Administrator over Regulatory and Planning for the Division of Public and Behavioral Health. Yes, we believe that we can accomplish the work necessary through fee funds as we obtain licensure fees for those facilities. However, in the future, we may need to raise those fees in order to continue to support that position.
Thank you so much for putting that on the record for us. Members, any questions for the presenter? Yes, Assemblyman Hafen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's early, so I just want to clarify that I understand correctly that we're removing the fiscal note because there will be fees assessed on facilities that currently aren't being assessed, and those fees may or may not cover it, so they may or may not need to be increased, which, if I understand correctly, would come in front of Leg Commission, because I don't think I saw it in the bill, so I'm assuming it'd be in regulation.
Madam Chair, if I may, that is correct. That well, the fees are currently assessed, at a current rate to support the work we currently have. With the additional burden of this and maybe some others, we do need to do a fee assessment. And once that assessment is completed, if we need to bring forward regulations to increase those fees, that is what we would do.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Assemblyman O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. This may be policy, but I'll try to put it into the money side too. Mr. Devine, when the state does inspections of these facilities, now, don't we already look at ventilation and the maintenance of equipment in the facility? Isn't that part of the normal inspection process for their licensing? Or is this going to be something brand new? That what I'm getting to is, if we've already got the personnel doing this, why do we need personnel and additional fees to do it? That's the fiscal side.
Madam Chair, through you to the Assemblyman.
You can go directly to the member.
Thank you. We do currently inspect those facilities, not necessarily specific to the HVAC systems. So in this case, we would need somebody who could review the current code, make recommendations to the Board of Health, and also review any records to assure that the bill is complied with.
So that would take a specialist in HVAC only, you're saying?
Kyle Devine, for the record, yes, we would need somebody who is familiar with HVAC, whether that is a contractor or a state FTE position.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Assemblyman Hafen.
Sorry, Madam Chair. It is early and I'm still trying to catch up on my caffeine intake. I'm just reviewing section 22 and 23, and this is saying that basically we're going to hire, it looks like we're hiring a position if there's sufficient federal funds available. And then section 23 says that this basically expires if there is not federal funds available. But what I'm hearing today is that we're proposing something slightly different than that, and that there will be some sort of fee that will be assessed to help pay for the staff rather than what sections 22 and 23 refer to, which is the federal money being available. Could you just clarify that for me, please?
Kyle Devine, for the record, the way I read it are those federal funds would be made available to the facilities in order to upgrade their current HVAC systems. What we're talking about is that we would need a position to assure that that work is done within compliance of the building guidelines. Therefore, we would only assess those fees if this bill is approved by the legislature.
Assemblyman Hafen, you still look like you're in deep thought.
Very perplexed.
More coffee. Mr. Saltero, did you want to respond?
For the record, Randy Saltero. Just in response to the comments or the questions, I could tell you that what this bill does is it makes, it requires the upgrade of the HVAC, the air standard system, to clean air standard system in the facilities, only if there are federal funds available to do that work. So it would make it a zero cost to the facility to get this work done. This is a similar bill that we did last session that did it for the schools. In I could tell you Clark County School District took advantage of this program, and use those federal funds that were available and are still available to upgrade their systems, especially with the event of the COVID-19 pandemic. Additionally, other schools throughout the state also use this program. This bill is an extension of that same type of program where the facilities, if they have needed a upgrade of their standards of their air quality in their facilities, could access funds, federal funds that are available through the Infrastructure Act and different other funding mechanisms to upgrade their systems. It would only be, this bill would only be in effect until those federal funds are no longer available. Once they are, there's no more program. So I just want to make sure that was clear for on the record that this program is kind of time-based on just those funds that are available. It sunsets once those federal funds are no longer available.
Thank you so much. So it's my understanding that the fees are for the facility administrator who's going to prepare the report on the work that's been performed by the qualified personnel and make that report available to the Office of Energy upon request. But the federal funds referred to during this discussion is not for your office, it's for the facilities themselves. And therefore, this bill has no effect on the state's general fund. And that's what we're here to discuss today. Correct?
Kyle Levine for the record. Yes, that is correct.
Thank you so much. Members, any other questions? All right, seeing none, I thank you for the presentation and the discussion and answering the questions. Is there anyone here in the audience that would like to provide testimony in support of Assembly Bill 281? Seeing none, is there anyone in Las Vegas that would like to provide testimony in support of Assembly Bill 281? Seeing none, BPS, do we have anyone joining us on the phone line that would like to provide testimony in support of Assembly Bill 281?
Callers, if you would like to testify in support of AB 281, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. One moment, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Ariel Edwards, ARIELLEEDWARDS, representing Nevada Hand. We have the only 2 affordable assisted living communities in the state. We provide 180 apartment units for seniors in need of assisted living. So we are in support of AB 281 and would like to thank the bill sponsors and the stakeholders for working with us on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the awesome committee. This is Dora Martinez representing the Nevada Disability Peer Action Coalition. We'd like to thank the sponsor of the bill, and I ditto the prior caller. Thank you. Go get that coffee now.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chair, there are no more callers choosing to testify in support at this time.
Thank you so much. So with that, we will move to opposition. Is there anyone here in Carson City that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 281? Seeing none. Not seeing anyone move to the table in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone on our phone line that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 281?
Callers, if you would like to testify in opposition to AB 281, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. So we will move to the neutral position. Is there anyone here in Carson City that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 281? Seeing none and not seeing anyone at our table in Las Vegas, BPS, do we have anyone on the phone line to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 281?
Callers, if you would like to testify in neutral for AB 281, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. We'll ask the presenters if you have any closing remarks. All right, seeing none, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 281. And members, again, knowing that our rules have been weighed and this piece of legislation has no effect on our general fund, we can go ahead and work session this bill today. So with that, I will open the work session for Assembly Bill 281. And I'll entertain a motion to do pass as amended.
Madam Chair, I'd move to do pass as amended Assembly Bill 281.
I have a motion from Assemblywoman Bacchus, a second from Assemblywoman Heidegge. Any discussion on the motion? Assemblyman O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to vote yes for the bill today with the reservation and then talk to Ms. Gorlow. I still have some questions and concerns. I like the intent of it, yes, but I just need to narrow down some facts. So I'll get with her and hopefully we'll have a day or two before it hits the floor. So I'll be a yes with that reservation.
Thank you for that. Assemblywoman Dickman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ditto.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We have one nay, Assemblyman Hafen. The motion does pass, and we will assign that floor statement to Assemblywoman Gorlow. Moving on and taking things a little bit out of order, we're going to open the hearing for Assembly Bill 246 and invite Assemblywoman Torres to the table. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the hardworking Committee of Ways and Means. I'm Assemblywoman Solana Torres, and I proudly represent Assembly District 3. I'm going to challenge myself and try to talk a little bit slower than normal. I am pleased to have the opportunity to present AB 246 before you today. This bill revises provisions governing elections, specifically to improve access to voting for limited English proficient Nevadans. Every Nevadan has a fundamental right to participate in the electoral process, regardless of their language they speak. Assembly Bill 246 speaks to establish additional state standards and resources for providing voting materials in languages other than English to eliminate language barriers that many Nevadans face in the electoral process. In our many conversations with county registrars, nonprofit organizations, and other stakeholders, we believe that this is the best path forward to ensure that the Silver State's democratic process is accessible and equitable for all Nevadans. For any questions related to the policy, I know that there are other individuals available, and I believe Mary Janet might be with us on Zoom for those specific questions from All Voting is Local. But on to the fiscal note. I want to thank the Secretary of State's office, county recorders, and local governments for their work in collaboration. With that, an amendment was submitted to the committee reflecting minor clarifications of the bill. We have a representative from the Secretary of State's office who is present, who can answer any questions that you might have. But I would like to briefly review some key points on the fiscal note. Over the biennium, the office projects to have an associated cost of $449,547. This includes an estimated $56,000, which would translate listed languages in this bill on election materials across 17 counties, $14,000 for a statewide voter language access hotline, and $270,000 for staffing expenses to carry out the core functions of this bill. With that, I'll close my remarks, and myself and our colleagues are happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, and good morning. When you first got there, you didn't have that energy, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I think she needs coffee. But I don't think you do. Good morning.
Madam Chair,
question-
I haven't had any coffee yet, so I'm definitely ready for
You
it.
and me both, yeah. The amendment that was submitted, this amendment, will it have any effect on the fiscal aspects of the bill, or is it simply a policy amendment? And we need a phone a friend at the table.
I'll just
If the Secretary of State wants to join us, because I have questions for you anyway, so. might as well
I just
come up.
confirmed with the Secretary of State's office, and this is just a policy amendment. So clarification, because there was a significant amendment, a similar source for the record, there was a significant amendment made in the Legislative Operations and Elections Committee. And so this kind of just some additional clarification from that 50-page amendment we had on the first reprint.
Perfect, thank you. Good morning, and thank you for joining us this morning. Could you just talk about the fiscal note that's associated with this bill?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Mark Voloshin, Deputy Secretary of State for Elections, for the record. I also apologize for speaking so quickly, and we'll make a solid effort to slow down. The nature of the fiscal note, again, fairly complex, given the complexity of the process and the administration of elections. Of course, we have our 17 counties. They have different systems and processes and procedures, different vendors that they use. But again, the goal of the bill and really the fiscal note aspect of it is to make sure that across the state, all 17 counties, the voters in each of those would have uniform access to the same languages as the bill dictates. Again, there's personnel requirements involved. Again, there's a phone line as well to make sure that when voters have questions, that information is translated appropriately as well. And then also, of course, the collaboration with the vendors that we have, both Dominion and ES&S. Those are the two voting system vendors that we have across our state currently.
Assemblyman Toys, for the record, I also would like to note that the majority of the local governments, I think there's one local government that has not yet removed their fiscal note, but the majority of local governments have removed their fiscal note with the amended language and the reprints of the bill, and with the discussions that they have had with the Secretary of State's office.
Thank you, and yes, we did receive those $0 fiscal notes as they were coming in, so we appreciate that. So, question for the Secretary of State's office. We know that this is a movement that your office has been trying to go through for the last few years. Would you be able to implement this without this piece of legislation? This is needed, this piece of legislation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mark Voloshin, for the record. That is correct. While there is efforts and desires to do so over the last few years, certainly in regards to expanding access for voters, it is our belief that this bill is required.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions? No? All righty then. I do have one last question for you. There have been a few things that have come through this fiscal committee that would enhance the office, the Secretary of State's office, as far as positions and salaries. Do you still feel that this fiscal note and the total amount that you're requesting is needed?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. Mark Voloshin, for the record. Yes, absolutely. There are a number of different aspects to elections administration that have increased requirements. We've been very careful in identifying the needs from a task to staff point of view to make sure that we are not asking for more individuals than needed, being very careful with the taxpayer dollars and our requests for additional personnel across the state. But yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm not seeing any questions from any of the members. I'll invite you to step back, and we will invite anyone that's here in Carson City that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 246. Good morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Eric Jang, ERICJNG, here as Acting Executive Director of One API Nevada, and also Director of Outreach for Asian Community Development Council, serving the fast-growing, almost 390,000 Asian and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander community here in our state. That's about 12% of our population and growing to 10% of our voter share. because of the Voting Rights Act in 1965, we as a country make sure that all eligible citizens have access to the ballot no matter of their language proficiency. So yes, we are through the act that we know that Clark County have Spanish and Tagalog, and now we are very proud with this bill that they will be adding Chinese. And for Washoe County, we can see Spanish. And for statewide, there's so many more resources and helpline. I'm here to thank bill sponsor Assemblywoman Torres, Secretary of State's office's help, our partner O Voting is Local for all the assistance, and then all the county registrars for being able to accommodate and use the resources available and with the support to really help our communities access to the ballot to bridge that language barrier. So this will tremendously help our Asian and Asian American communities here. So full support and urge the community to vote and pass this. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Christine Saunders, and I'm the Policy Director with the Progressive Leadership Alliance in Nevada, and a member of the Nevada Immigrant Coalition and the Let Nevadans Vote Coalition. AB 246 is an investment to ensure that all eligible Nevada voters feel confident to participate in our democracy, and we urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Annette Magnus, and I'm the Executive Director of Battleborn Progress, and we're here today in support of AB 246. We have one of the nation's most diverse populations, and our election systems need to reflect that. All eligible folks should have access to voting, which means having ballots and election materials in languages they can understand. AB 246 will allow more accessible languages to be added to the ballot and allow those who have a voice to participate in the right to vote. This is an important investment for all Nevadans in our state, and proper translation services are desperately needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman Monroe Moreno and committee members. For the record, my name is Emily Prasad Zamora. That's spelled PERSAUD-ZAMORA, and I'm the Executive Director of Silver State Voices that also leads the Let Nevadans Vote Coalition. And on behalf of our 24 members, we're in strong support of AB 246. As an organization that is dedicated to democracy and all things election, I can't express how much this bill is needed. There are so many communities that, whether it's Clark, Washoe, Elko, Nye, that are currently not participating in elections because they don't feel comfortable using government documents. As somebody who's first generation, I know what it's like to work with my community members that may feel comfortable speaking in English, but feel uncomfortable using government documents because they feel nervous. And so for that and for so many more reasons, we urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Leo Murrieta, Murrieta. I'm the Executive Director of Make the Road Nevada. We work to make sure that as many non-English speaking voters can have access to the ballot and can participate and exercise their constitutional rights. We're here in support of AB 246 because it's a critical piece to ensure that our democracy is as diverse and as participatory as we can make it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in Carson City that would like to testify in support? Seeing none, then we'll go to Las Vegas. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Monroe Moreno and members of the committee. Cisco Aguilar, Secretary of State for the record. I'm here this morning to support AB 246, and I encourage this committee to do the same. Nevada is one of the most diverse states in the country, and our constituents speak many languages. Strong language access at the ballot box and surrounding elections is critical. All election information needs to be available in the languages our communities speak. I would like to thank Assemblywoman Torres, as well as the voting rights organizations who have been working on this bill for their efforts to improve access to the ballot box. Thank you again to Chair Monroe Moreno and the committee.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Seeing no one else in Las Vegas to testify in support, we will go to the phone lines. And I believe we have someone joining us by virtually. If you'd like to testify in support, you can go ahead now.
Good morning, Chairman Raul Moreno and committee members. For the record, my name is Mary Jana Ramos, and I'm the Senior Campaign Manager for All Voting Local Action Nevada. Today, we are here in strong support of AB 246, and the outcome of any election, whether it's local, state, or federal, directly impacts the lives of every Nevadan, regardless of the language that they speak. Therefore, voters' primary language is in English, should be supported and provided with the necessary translated voting information and election materials to safely and securely cast a ballot. Dismantling language-related barriers to the ballot box is a nonpartisan issue. And this bill is a commitment to our democracy by helping improve the accessibility to voters who have historically been disenfranchised from the electoral process. AB 246 reaffirms the notion that every voter, whether they live in an urban or rural community, and regardless of their language of preference, that they deserve an equal opportunity to exercise their fundamental right to vote and to have their voices heard. Lastly, I would like to thank the bill sponsor, Assemblywoman Torres, the Secretary of State, Mr. Aguilar, and his staff in helping create a sustainable and equitable framework to expand language access at the local and state level in a way that is effective, operational, and fiscally responsible to assist Nevadan voters. We urge this committee to support and pass AB 246, and thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. BPS, do we have anyone on our phone lines that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 246?
Callers, if you would like to testify in support of AB 246, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to opposition. Is there anyone here in Carson City that would like to testify in opposition to Assembly Bill 246? Seeing none. Not seeing anyone move to our table in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 246? Join us on our phone line.
Callers, if you would like to testify in opposition to AB 246, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. One moment, Chair.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the committee members. This is Dora Martinez, representing the Nevada Disability Peer Action Coalition. We are in opposition. Some of my members are ASL users, American Sign Language, and the American Sign Language is not included in this bill. I'm representing them because I know how it is to be excluded, and it's been a long battle. Their voice, when they are silent, that should speak volume, and their vote matters as well. So please, we encourage the sponsors and Mark Blashin to include ASL users because their voice counts. American Sign Language is different language than English. It's not the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you. BPS, do we have any other callers?
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. I do apologize in advance. I'm in the McCarran Airport, but I needed to call in. My name is Catherine Nielsen. I'm the Executive Director of the Nevada Governor's Council on Developmental Disabilities. I echo Dora's comments in that language access is vital for people with disabilities and other accommodation needs, which includes Braille, American Sign Language, and other various forms of communication. This bill addresses many things, such as varying language like Chinese, Tagalog, Spanish, etc. However, it fails to specifically address or mention any other types of language access. And I spoke with the bill sponsor, and her exact comments to me were that users should use NVEs because we worked hard at the last legislative session to pass that. We were part of that. We did pass that. But American Sign Language is not English, and NVEs is only in English. And so it is very important that the bill sponsor and anybody else working on this understand that you are specifically excluding American Sign Language users with this bill by not including them in that. We appreciate your time, and we really hope that you consider amending the bill to include American Sign Language. Thank you.
Thank you so much for calling in. Are there any other callers?
Chair, there are no more callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to the neutral testimony position. If there's anyone here in Carson City that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 246, I invite you to the table. Not see anyone coming to the table here in Carson City, nor in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone joining us on the phone line that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 246?
Callers, if you would like to testify in neutral for AB 246, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. Then we will invite the presenter back to the table for any closing remarks.
Thank you, Assemblywoman Torres, for the record. Obviously, there's no piece of legislation that's going to fix every single issue with access to voting, and I think it's critical that we continue the conversation about how we increase access. This specific piece of legislation is looking at how we increase language access. That being said, I think that this legislative body has made significant improvements, and there's still a lot of work for us to do to ensure that the disabled community has access to voting. Additionally, I think there's conversations that we can continue to have and explore to expand that access, although the scope of this piece of legislation is limited to the 10 most common spoken languages here in the state of Nevada. And I look forward to continuing to work with our community to expand language access and voting. Thank you.
Before you leave, we do have a comment. Hold on one moment. Assemblywoman Brown May.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's really important that we acknowledge the diversity in our community with respect to the individuals with disabilities that we're all trying to serve. And there is another bill that is not in front of the Ways and Means Committee that was considered by the Commission on Legislative Operations and Elections from the interim that specifically identifies accessibility features. And so I think it's important to note that while not necessarily in this bill, there is also another measure specifically working to increase accessibility for all people with disabilities.
Thank you. And seeing no other comments, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 246. And we will open the work session for Assembly Bill 246. Members, you've heard through the testimony from the presenter and the Secretary of State's office that to make sure that this bill can move forward and make sure that it accomplishes the intent of the bill, we'll need to amend into it due to the fiscal note from the Secretary of State's office, $240,000, $244,000 for the FY24 and $209,332 in FY 2025, and the $420,000, $148,000 for future bienniums. But we'll just amend in the amounts for the 24-25 biennium. The amendment that was presented today would need to be, since it's just a policy amendment by the presenter, would need to be a floor amendment by the bill sponsor for that part. Thank you. And with that, I will accept a motion to amend due pass as amended.
Madam Chair, I would amend and move to amend and due pass as amended Assembly Bill 246.
I have a motion from Assemblywoman Bacchus, a second from Assemblywoman Hadigi. Any discussion on the motion? Assemblyman Hafen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank my colleagues, both to my right and the presenter. I do have some concerns over how this is going to interact with some of the other election integrity bills. However, having said that, I don't have time to look up the bill that was discussed, and so I will vote this out of committee today and look forward to working with my colleagues to make sure that everybody's concerns are fully addressed in other bills. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other discussion? Assemblywoman Dickman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will need to be consistent with the statement I made earlier that until the governor's election bill gets a hearing, I will not be able to support any election bills. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor, and all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, and raise your hand. We have Assemblywoman Dickman and Assemblywoman Kasama as opposed. The motion does carry, and we'll assign that floor statement to Assemblywoman Torres. Thank you. Moving on, and still going a little bit out of order, we will move to Assembly Bill 257, and we'll invite Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong to the table. And at the conclusion of this bill, we'll be going to Assembly Bill 192. Morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, Vice Chair Bacchus, and members of the Ways and Means Committee on this beautiful Saturday morning. Today, we'd like to present to you Assembly Bill 257, which has a very, did I say that right? It's early, I apologize. Which has a very simple purpose, which is to allow a strangulation sane examination to be covered by the counties in which an event may occur. In the interest of time, I'd like to turn this presentation immediately over to Liz Ortenberger of Safe Nest, and she will give you the details. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Assemblywoman. Thank you for the bill, and committee, thank you for hearing it. Liz Ortenberger for the record. Strangulation provides a unique red flag for lethality inside domestic violence. We had 30,000 plus charges for domestic violence in our state last year. However, we have scant few strangulation exams because when strangulation victims present at the hospital, the first thing that they are presented with is the cost. In Clark County, the cost of that examination, which can be between $500 and $1,500 at minimum. This bill allows those examinations to happen at no cost to the survivor, and it removes the fiscal note from the state, requires the county to cover, and they can apply to the county for funds as they're available from the state. But it is the county's cost to bear, the cost of those examinations. Thank you.
We could go on with more information if you would like. The fiscal note from Clark County was removed with an amendment that was handled over in the Assembly, and that is just basically as long as the money is available for survivors of violence, there is a federal fund that is available, and as long as those dollars are available, the county can apply for those. And so from our perspective, there's no direct impact on the state budget to have this bill go forward. Thank you so much. And we stand for questions if you have any.
Thank you. So the bill, as it was originally introduced, there was a $2,160,000 fiscal note in both FY24 and FY25 from the Department of Health and Human Services for Child and Family Services. But that has since been removed, and now it's a $0 fiscal note. And I believe that was the only fiscal note associated with the state's budget and the general fund. And all of the other fiscal notes are zero with the exception of one of the counties that's listed. But currently, this bill, in its first reprint, has no fiscal impact on our state budget, correct?
Chandra Summers Armstrong for the record. Madam Chair, that is correct.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions? We'll go to Assemblyman Hafen, then Assemblywoman Bacchus.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Assemblywoman, for bringing this forward. I'm actually kind of surprised to see that Medicaid isn't covering this already. I'm quite shocked that this isn't covered, so I genuinely appreciate you bringing this forward. And I want to touch on the fiscal aspect. So the counties can go and basically ask for reimbursement as long as there's funds available. Would the counties be able to use some of the indigent services funds to come in front of the interim finance committee to get reimbursement rates for some of those, especially for some of the smaller counties that may or may not be able to absorb some of these additional costs?
Thank you, Assemblyman Hafen. Chandra Summers Armstrong for the record. Madam Chair, if I may go direct.
May go direct.
Thank you. I think when you talk about indigent services, I think we have to be understanding that everyone who's involved in domestic violence is not indigent. And I think that is a misnomer. And so Medicaid dollars and indigent services dollars, if someone is in a family situation where there's domestic violence, but they may work or have a spouse that is in a government or county job, these things would be covered by insurance. And so that's the issue is still that the survivor has to make an application, and that application, of course, can be denied, and they would be required to come up with these funds up front. And so this is to to make sure that is not a prohibition for someone to present for an examination and move forward. And I think Ms. Ortenberger can speak much more clearly on this, but I think we all know that domestic violence survivors often don't report. And so when we get someone who has the courage to come forward and submit to this examination, we don't want this to be a prohibition for them because they get to the hospital and they say, oh, by the way, you have to pay up front and then go to your insurance for reimbursement. So I'll leave it to Ms. Ortenberger to complete that.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Assemblywoman Backus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question kind of followed along the same lines as my colleague, but I just wanted to clarify. I do believe you guys said that for these smaller counties, they could apply for state funds, and I assume that's from like our victims accounts and other accounts that are already funded by the state. And so AB 257 would not be in need of any additional funds because those funds are already like planned for, and just the smaller counties would have to apply for them.
Liz Ortenberger for the record. Yes, that is my understanding.
Thank you. Any other questions, members? Seeing none, I thank you for the bill and thank you for the presentation. I'd ask that you go ahead and take a step back, and we'll invite anyone to the table that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 257. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Monroe Marino and members of the committee. My name is Lieutenant Beth Schmidt, and I represent today the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, as well as the Nevada Sheriffs and Chiefs. We support removing the fiscal barrier for victims of battery, domestic violence, strangulation, if they cannot afford to pay this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Not seeing anyone else here in Carson City to testify in support, we will move to Las Vegas. Not seeing anyone at the table in Las Vegas at this time. BPS, do we have anyone joining us on the phone line that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 257?
Callers, if you would like to testify in support of AB 257, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. And with that, we'll move to opposition. If there's anyone here in Carson City that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 257, I invite you to the table. Not seeing any, and not seeing anyone approach the table in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone join us on the phone line that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 257?
Callers, if you would like to testify in opposition to AB 257, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. So we will move to the neutral position. If there's anyone here in Carson City that would like to give neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 257, I invite you to the table. Not seeing any. Not seeing anyone approach the table in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone on the phone line that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 257?
Callers, if you'd like to testify neutral for AB 257, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much for that. We'll invite okay, no closing remarks. So we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 257. And members, seeing that this bill has no fiscal impact to the state budget and our general fund, we can work session this bill today. So with that, I will accept a motion to do pass as amended.
Madam Chair, I'd move to do pass as amended Assembly Bill 257.
I have a motion from Assemblywoman Bacchus, a second from Assemblywoman Hadigi. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously, and we'll assign that floor statement to Assemblywoman Summers Armstrong. Moving on to the next item on our agenda is Assembly Bill 192. We'll open the hearing on Assembly Bill 192 and invite Assemblywoman Gonzalez to the table.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you so much for hearing Assembly Bill 192. My name is Cecilia Gonzalez, and I represent Assembly District 16. AB 192, our state is new to mail-in ballots, and so this is kind of as we move away and kind of figure out better ways to administer our elections. This is something that came out of those conversations. And as we move from the bottom up to the top-down system, this will make all mail-in ballots universal and will change from 17 different contracts to one state buying contract. Counties will still have the ability to edit and make necessary edits to their ballots for their counties. The bill also addresses electioneering, especially when we're talking about this rise in harassment to election workers and election sites. This bill addresses the need to have a visible standalone free sign on where someone can and cannot electioneer, and if there's electioneering at that state site. With me today is Emily Prasad Zamora and the Secretary of State's office, who will be able to discuss the fiscal note from the Secretary of State's office for this bill. At this time, I will turn it to the Secretary of State's office to discuss the fiscal, and then if there's additional questions, Emily will be able to answer those. Thank you so much.
You brought your tag team with you.
Yeah.
That was smart. That was smart.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Gabriel DeCara, Chief Deputy Secretary of State for the record, thank you very much for your time this morning. So this fiscal note encompasses the costs of what a single statewide contract would be for mail ballots, ballot stock, postage, postcards, et cetera, for the conduct of upcoming elections. Presently, by statute, the Secretary of State's office is required to reimburse counties for a number of these costs. Not every cost related to the election, but for example, ballot stock, drop boxes, envelope sorters, postage, postcards, et cetera. And so, although this fiscal note, we have the data that shows that the cost for a single statewide contract would be approximately $4 million per election. And so depending on how many elections there are in a fiscal year, that number would change. I did pull the data for the last biennium, and approximately $4 million from the general fund was spent over the last biennium just reimbursing counties for these same items. We believe that a single statewide contract would give our rural counties the purchasing power of Clark County and Washoe County. This would help drive down costs for the state as a whole, so we believe that this would actually present cost savings. Additionally, some of our small counties have had difficulty keeping vendors, frankly, as there is a paper shortage and some of our counties have relatively small numbers of voters. Vendors have canceled contracts on them, leaving them a little bit in the lurch with a statutory requirement to provide provide these ballots, et cetera. We believe that by having a single statewide contract, this would help keep our elections as infrastructure secure. So that's just a quick overview of the note, but if there are any questions, as Assemblywoman Gonzalez said, happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, and I do have one question. You said that it was approximately $4 million per election, and on your fiscal note for FY24, it's just over $7 million, almost 8. Is that because we'll have the presidential primary, the primary, and the general election? Okay. You can say yes on the record.
Gabriel DeCare for the record. Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Thank you. Thank you. And by doing this, you also stated that there is a paper shortage. The state would be able to purchase the paper that the counties would need in a bulk rate.
Gabriel DeCare for the record. Yes, ma'am, that's correct. We did receive, our office is a member of NASED, the National Association of State Election Directors. The paper shortage is not going away. States and election directors have been advised to secure paper for elections as soon as possible. And so we believe that a statewide contract and being able to secure paper, ballot stock, et cetera, for the entire state would be incredibly helpful.
And then my last question before going to other members for questions. If this legislation is passed and approved, would you be able to purchase that paper earlier so we could have it stockpiled for our upcoming elections?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. Gabriel DeCare for the record. Yes, we've started the RFP process. We were able to begin that process before the legislation passes. And so we would like to get a contract on the books as quickly as possible. And actually, I would like to add one thing very quickly, a conversation that came up with a member of the Governor's Board of the United States Postal Service. We submitted the Secretary of State's office submitted a conceptual amendment that would require the vendor for the single statewide contract to mail the ballots within the state of Nevada. This would help with ballots being delivered in a timely manner, and just in terms of the logistics of mail. Her recommendation was that we put that in statute so that the vendor doesn't, whoever we select, is aware that it is a state law that ballots be mailed from within the state of Nevada.
Thank you so much. And is that amendment part of the first reprint, or will that be a new amendment?
Cecilia Gonzalez for the record. It will be a new amendment.
Thank you. And would that amendment have any impact on the fiscal note?
Cecilia Gonzalez for the record, no.
Thank you. And since it will not have a fiscal impact on, the amendment won't have a fiscal impact on the bill, I ask that you make that a floor amendment. We won't do that here. I will ask any other members, do you have any questions for the presenter? Assemblyman O'Neill? Okay. All right, seeing none, I thank you so much. Go ahead and take a seat, and we'll invite anyone to the table that would like to supply testimony in support of Assembly Bill 192.
Good morning, Chairwoman Monroe Moreno and committee members. For the record, my name is Emily Prasad Zamora, PERSAUD-ZAMORA. I'm the Executive Director of Silver State Voices that also leads the Let Nevadans Vote Coalition. We're in strong support of AB 192. We really appreciate Assemblywoman Gonzalez. We reached out to her over the summer about this particular bill. One of the hats that we do as an organization is running a nonpartisan election protection program. And one of the biggest problems that we see is when we are going to election sites, there is, every site either is no electioneering or you cannot electioneer at the 100 feet mark. And there are many election sites where the signage is not visible or it is a very small piece of paper and not really accessible and visible to many individuals. We've actually even had some of your colleagues call in and ask, where is the 100 feet line at this particular location? And so if folks who do this work on a day-to-day basis don't know where the 100 feet line is, what do we think is going to be the case for voters? So we just really want to make sure that that's visible. And I think that's pretty much it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Christine Saunders, and I'm the Policy Director with Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada. Uniform mail ballots will simplify our election processes, as well as voter outreach and education efforts. We urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the record, my name is Annette Magnus, and I'm the Executive Director of Battle Born Progress. We are in strong support of this bill. We think that making sure that we have a paper supply so that we can actually get our ballots out to everybody and make sure that we can do our jobs correctly is really important. We also want to make sure that the signage is consistent and that it's readable. So please support this important piece of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else here in Carson City to make testimony in support, we'll move to Las Vegas.
Good morning again, Secretary of State Cisco Aguilar. For the record, thank you, Chair Monroe Moreno and the committee for hearing today's bill. Obviously, we are in full support of the bill. Mail ballots sent through the state will be uniform, will help us secure transparency for voters, and increase efficiency for state and county staff. One statewide contract will ensure that our rural communities don't have to struggle to maintain or negotiate contracts for smaller orders. And it will save the state money thanks to the purchasing power of our largest counties. This will also strengthen the Secretary of State's office working relationship with United States Postal Service and allow us to get up-to-date information on mail ballots via the Intelligent Mail Barcode system. The federal government has determined that election systems are critical infrastructure. Due to ongoing paper shortages, as mentioned, the U.S. Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency, part of the Department of Homeland Security, has advised election directors across the nation to secure any paper necessary for the 2024 election as soon as possible. This bill will give Nevada an important tool in meeting that critical need. Thank you to Assemblywoman Gonzalez for bringing this forward, and I urge the committee's support. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else there in Las Vegas that would like to provide testimony in support of Assembly Bill 192? Seeing none, BPS, do we have anyone on the phone lines that would like to provide testimony in support of Assembly Bill 192?
Callers, if you would like to testify in support of AB 192, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. So we will move to opposition. Is there anyone here in Carson City that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 192? Seeing none. Not seeing anyone at the table in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone joining us on the phone line that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 192?
Callers, if you'd like to testify in opposition to AB 192, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to the neutral position. Is there anyone here in Carson City that would like to provide neutral testimony for Assembly Bill 192? Seeing none. Not seeing anyone at our table in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone on the phone line that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 192?
Callers, if you would like to testify neutral for AB 192, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. One moment, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Dora Martinez. I'm actually calling in support. May I please proceed? It'll be quick.
You can proceed, and I'll just move your testimony to support.
Oh, thank you. You have an awesome heart. So good morning to you and everyone. This is Dora Martinez representing Nevada Disability Action Coalition. I am going to go ahead and ditto the beautiful Annette Magnus's comment and everybody that supported the bill. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. BPS, do we have any other callers?
Good morning, Madam Chair and Committee. My name is Jamie Rodriguez. That's Jamie Rodriguez. I am the Registrar of Voters for Washoe County. I'm calling today in neutral for AB 192. Want to thank Assemblywoman Gonzalez for working with us on the bill and the provisions of the bill. Just one thing that I wanted to put on note, won't get into the policy, is this is the Finance Committee or Money Committee, excuse me. One thing I do want to note in conversations that we have had with them and appreciating the desire and the intent and why we're looking for uniformity of some of our election materials. We have had some conversations of hopefully keeping those a little bit more generic, given that different counties have different equipment for processing ballots, and hoping to not have to repurchase all of the equipment that we were able to use state funds for in 2020, of buying new ballot sorters and processing equipment, of having a little bit of flexibility so that we can use the equipment that we purchased with those state funds for the reasons that we purchased the different types of equipment for the needs of the different sizes of counties for which we operate in. So again, I want to thank them so much for their work, and thank you very much for your time this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. BPS, do we have any other callers?
Chair, there are no more callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. I'll invite the presenters back to the table. And I'll ask if you could please respond to that last caller's comments.
Thank you so much, Chair Monroe Marino. Gabriel DeCara from the Secretary of State's office for the record. So Ms. Rodriguez, the Washoe County Registrar, is absolutely correct. Each of the counties, a number of them, do have different machines that require different sizes of envelopes, different sizes of paper, et cetera. For a single statewide contract, and frankly, even for a vendor that was dealing just with Clark County, the size of the vendor, the sort of scope of the vendor that would be needed to undertake that job, those vendors would also be capable of dealing with each of those individual county requirements. It is not the Secretary of State's office's position that we are going to ask the counties to move to universal machinery, at least not anytime soon. We would be working with the print vendor to identify specifically what each county's print needs are and working with the vendor to ensure that those are met. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for getting that on the record, that we're not interrupting what our county clerks, who do an amazing job, sometimes at some pretty scary times, but making sure that the state has the tools that it needs to get the ballots out and having some uniformity and saving money to our counties. So thank you so much. Did you have any closing comments on this bill?
Just thank you so much for your time this morning, and I urge your support for AB 192. Thank you.
Thank you. And members, with that, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 192. But we will open the work session for Assembly Bill 192. As with the last bill that did have a fiscal impact, we will have to amend in the fiscal dollars into this bill. And for FY24, it's $7,805,000, $7,805,011, and in FY25, it's $3,902,506 for FY25. And with that, I will accept a motion to amend and do pass as amended.
Madam Chair, I'd move to amend and do pass as amended Assembly Bill 192.
I have a motion from Assemblywoman Bacchus, a second from Assemblywoman Hadigi. Any discussion on the motion? Assemblywoman Dickman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually supported this bill in the policy hearing, but it is still an election bill, and the governor still hasn't gotten a hearing for his election bill or a commitment to hear it, so I'll be a no. Thanks.
Any other comments? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We have one in opposition, Assemblywoman Dickman. The motion does carry, and we will assign that floor statement to Assemblywoman Gonzalez. Thank you. All right, members, we will go back to the top of our agenda and go to Assembly Bill, open the hearing for Assembly Bill 150 and invite Assemblywoman Anderson to the table. Good morning. You can start whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Chair Monroe Moreno, Vice Chair Bacchus, and members of the Ways and Means Committee. First of all, thank you for hearing this morning. My name is Nathan Anderson. It's my honor to represent Assembly District 30. AB 150 proposes changes to the Native American Tuition Waiver Bill, which originally passed in the 81st legislative session. But before going into the financial items of AB 150, I would like to thank Asher Killian of our LCB staff, as well as Vice Chancellor Davis for all the work in getting the legal language together. The language you have in front of you in the amendment does not make any changes to the fiscal note. So if asked, I'm more than happy to do that as a personal amendment instead on the floor of the Assembly. But these two individuals, I think, were even talking up until yesterday about making sure that the language was capturing the ideas asked. The changes proposed in the Policy Committee are based on numerous discussions with tribal leaders, students, educators, and members of the Nevada System of Higher Education personnel. And although I know this is not the Policy Committee, I did want to clarify a few of the changes and why I'm asking for the money that is part of number 5, or in the section number 5, I believe. The information that's being added, is to allow for members and descendants of members of federally recognized Native American tribes who do not otherwise meet the criteria of the subsection 2, I believe, and who currently reside on tribal lands located wholly or partially within the boundaries of the state of Nevada, found in section 1.3, C2 and 3. That language would help our students who reside in locations such as Dresserville or Fort McDermott or Fort Mojave, where the reservation land actually crosses our state land. And yet the students many times go to state schools in Nevada and or part of tribes that are part of our state of Nevada. So their cousins who live in Nevada are able to go to the university with a tuition waiver, but if they live just a little bit into California or Idaho, they are not able to do so. So that addresses that issue. The second large issue that this addresses in the policy has to do with FAFSA, would be continued to be applied, but that would be after the waiver has been applied, as the current process is actually harming the most vulnerable students, and we're finding that they're not able then to use that FAFSA money for their lab fees. And then finally, it does expand the program. So if a student has lived in Nevada for at least a year and is enrolled in any federally recognized Indian tribe or nation, or a descendant of a member of any federally recognized Indian tribe or nation, the waiver shall be granted. The last change, and the reason why the bill is in front of you today, I'm asking for funding, funded at $450,000 per year for the biennium. This is a little bit shy of the amount actually used during this first year of the waiver, where we were able to help 140 students attend one of our Nevada System of Higher Education institutes. But that is, so that way we've got the evidence of how many students we've been able to help. The money from the state will allow this program to continue to grow and help more individuals. And again, I want to thank Nevada System of Higher Education for all the work that they've put into this. I know that our university and community colleges presidents, as well as recruiters have been using this, and it has made a difference. In closing, I would like to bring forward the words of a TMCC student who's planning on becoming an elementary school teacher. Alyssa Sweet is a descendant of the Lovelock Paiute tribe, and she basically said, "The only reason I'm able to go to the university is because of this waiver. It's because I'm Native. It makes me feel good about who I am. This has been life-changing for me just because I can rely on something else, something I know that's going to be there." I asked for this money so that we can continue to have this excellent program that is helping our state. More than happy to take any questions, and I do also have a few phone a friends if I need it in the audience today. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And yes, there is a fiscal impact, according to the fiscal note from INCHE, but you had stated in your presentation that you had been working with one of our fiscal staffs, Mr. Asher, on this. If Asher's in the room, if you could come over. And question, you said the current waiver was able to, was it 140 students or 150 students?
Thank you. According to the language from the 140 students had $457,449 in fees waived during the first year. There were additional students as well, an additional 24 students who qualified. However, those waivers had fees paid by federal education budget items. So that could be where the other number was coming from.
Thank you so much. And do you have a guesstimate of, if this legislation were to pass, how many more students? Because it's kind of broad. So do you have a guesstimated number? And if there's someone from INCHE, I am going to ask questions about your fiscal note. So if you could take that third seat at the table, that would be great.
For the
We don't bite. I mean, it is Saturday. We only got an hour and a half sleep and working on very little caffeine.
Thank you for that question, Assemblymember Anderson. Thank you for the question, Chair, about how many students. I do remember that was provided to me after the hearing. For some reason, I cannot find it right now, so I'm going to look for it right now and get back to you right away about that, if possible.
Thank you. You'll have a little bit of time. So I'm going to go to INCHE first. Could you just walk us through your fiscal note?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Chief Financial Officer Andrew Klinger. I was fighting with the Chancellor about who got to come to the table first. So in the fiscal note, we have a breakdown for each of the institutions. And so you can see in total, the institutions are estimating, and this the fiscal note actually does not include the University of Nevada, Reno, which I do have those numbers as well. But in the first year, it's estimated that it's 1.75 million revenue loss, and in fiscal year 25, it's 1.96 in total revenue loss. And for each of the institutions within the fiscal note, there is a breakdown of their estimate of the number of students. For Western Nevada College, for example, it's 228 students, and then you can see there is some math in there that sort of walks through what the calculations are. And I am quickly looking to find, I'm looking at Great Basin College, and I don't see a specific number of students there in the fiscal note. For TMCC, they're estimating 6,997 Jumpstart dual enrollment students. For UNLV, in fiscal year, they're estimating 33 students, I believe. And for Nevada State, don't see their specific number of students in there either. And Madam Chair, I'm happy to get back to you on the exact number of students, but there is a calculation within the fiscal note for each of the institutions.
Thank you. And this is the calculation on the current student enrollment at those institutions or projected student enrollments for those institutions?
Madam Chair, for the record, Andrew Klinger, Chief Financial Officer, I am not sure how they came to these numbers, if they are projections or actual students enrolled. Oh, currently, so at Western Nevada, it does say there are currently 228 Native American high school students enrolled in either dual enrollment or Jumpstart. So for WNC, it's actual students, and I don't know about the rest. Let me look real quick. It does look, so TMCC, currently there are 37 Native American students enrolled in either dual enrollment or Jumpstart. And I'm not sure on the other institutions.
Thank you. Yes, it appears that the Great Basin's documentation is based on assumptions. The other UNLV did not state exactly if there's the current or projected student caseloads, and Nevada State College is based on the assumption of the dual enrollment students as well.
Madam Chair, for the record, Andrew Klinger, the UNR numbers, I can give those to you as well. They're not in the current fiscal note because they came in late. In fiscal year 24, they're estimating 728,727, and actually the same amount in fiscal 25, 728,727, and that amount is based on 81 students taking 31 credits.
Sorry. Mr. Asher, thank you for joining us. Could you explain the qualified tribal land piece that's in the bill and how that affects the fiscal aspects of this bill, or could?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Asher Killian, Chief Deputy Legislative Counsel. So the term qualified tribal land is the term used in other places in NRS generally to describe tribal land that has at least some part of which is in Nevada. There are a few other places in NRS where it's relevant whether a Nevada tribe's land is entirely within the state or if it spans state lines and at least some part of it is within the state. So is used within this bill since one of the residency qualifications for a student who can receive this waiver is currently residing on and having resided on for at least 1 year qualified tribal land. That would only capture potential students who are living on one of those, either living within the state of Nevada or living on one of those blocks of tribal land that spans state lines and has at least some part of that land in Nevada, whether or not the person actually lives within the state of Nevada. So for example, the community of Woodfords, California, that's just across state lines, a resident on that land, since that land also is contained within Nevada, would qualify regardless of whether they live on the Nevada side of the state line.
Perfect. So members of tribes that are totally outside the borders of Nevada would not be included in this piece of legislation, correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Asher Killian, Chief Deputy Legislative Counsel. Yes, so they would not qualify as being a resident on qualified tribal land. There is a potential that they could qualify under Section 1.3, subsection 1, paragraph C, subparagraph 2, if they are an enrolled member or a descendant of an enrolled member of a Nevada tribe. But they would not otherwise qualify if they were not a member of a Nevada tribe or a descendant of a member of a Nevada tribe.
Thank you so much. Members, any other questions for the presenters? Assemblyman O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. Explain to me, Mr. Asher, the difference between an enrolled member and a descendant, if you can, because I know there is a difference, and I may have follow-up on that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Asher Killian, Chief Deputy Legislative Counsel, through you to the Minority Leader. So the difference between being an enrolled member and being a descendant of a member is each tribe has the sovereign power to determine who the members of the tribe are. And it is not necessarily the case that a child of an enrolled member would also be eligible for membership. So the lift that language does is it captures everyone who is an enrolled member of a tribe based on the tribe's own determination of membership, as well as anybody who is a direct descendant of anyone who was a member of the tribe, regardless of whether that person would qualify under the tribe's definitions for membership.
So if I may follow up, and this may go to Ms. Anderson. So a descendant could be, you talked about an enrolled member and their descendant. It sounded like I understood you were inferring an immediate descendant such as a child. How far down does that descendancy go? You can be 6 generations and have no relationship anymore with with your descendants, and you would qualify for this the way I reading it now and understanding that definition.
Thank you, Minority Leader O'Neill. Through the chair to you, Assemblymember Anderson, for the record. We do not have that defined in this law. What is, however, there has been lengthy discussions about that away from the hearing area of how far should that go, and that descendant, it should be a direct line. It should be a great-grandfather or grandfather, great-grandmother. And again, the reason why we allowed the intent was to have the tribes make that decision is there are some sovereign nations that require a blood quotient of a certain percentage, and there are some that do not. And so instead of it being legislated through the Nevada State Legislature, I made the decision last session, and again would stand by that decision, that should be the sovereign nation's decision to make as to whether or not somebody is in fact a member of that tribe. But it is not defined in here as to how far down we would go.
But we're not talking membership or enrollment, I can understand. It's that descendancy that is very open-ended to me that I have concerns with, and that it would be very difficult for NCHI to then calculate what their impacts may be. So I have concerns on it, and I appreciate it because, as I recall, I think I signed on to this bill originally when it was enrollment. Now I'm worried about this expansion under the definition, and to me, I could see we could amend it to limit it to a direct enrollment. I know we have that third degree of consanguinity argument all the time, or definition, or that you're only a second generation from the enrolled member, something along that line. So, but I appreciate the conversation with you, and I appreciate the time, Chair.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And mine may be more of a comment than a question, but bear with me. Just with my experience in studying federal Indian law, I understand, including our tribes in our state of Nevada, each tribe as a sovereign nation makes a determination by bylaws or their constitution with respect to who may be an enrolled member. And so some tribes, an enrolled member could be someone who is actually not native, who marries into the tribe and moves on to the reservation and incorporates the customs, all the way down to Navajo is a tribe that looks at blood quantum of like a quarter blood. So you could actually have someone who is a grandchild who would be a descendant of that tribe. Other tribes down in Las Vegas Paiute, stopped calculating Northern Paiute blood, for example, and removed many members from the rolls. And so I truly appreciate descendancy because all tribes are different in our state. There's 28 nations. Each of them have their own enrollment mandate. So as I recall, the first bill that came out of the Assembly in 2021 was a descendancy bill. So this isn't changing much, and there was only 140 students that have attended NCHI institutions. And one thing I know what you were asking for is, for example, Fort McDermott. If kids actually lived on the Idaho border, go to a Oahe school, they would be able, not Oahe, that's in my mind, but on Fort McDermott, if they're attending the McDermott Combined School, that because they lived on the other side of the border, that you were taking that into consideration when you brought that bill. Is that my understanding?
That is correct. And through the chair to Assemblymember Backus, thank you for bringing that forward. And you also worked so hard on this bill as well, both the original and then this bill, the cleanup bill. That is exactly the intent. And there was, I think this was something that actually the University of Nevada, Reno brought up to me first. And then I had other students bring forward that they just felt that a student that's cousin, is the specific example, lived on one area and literally not even a mile away, their cousin lived in Nevada. And so how come this cousin was able to get the waiver and the other cousin was not? They were both members of the tribal nation and should have both been granted that waiver. And then also to the prior question, I have not been able to find that information, but I will continue to look for it to get you the information of if there's a projection of how many students that would be.
Thank you. And I do have one more question for Angie. Hi. After hearing the explanation provided by our legal staff, does that change the fiscal impact for your fiscal note?
Madam Chair, for the record, Andrew Klinger, Chief Financial Officer, I don't believe it does, because part of what is driving the fiscal note when you look at it is the dual credit, the dual enrolled students as you go through that. So I don't believe it does.
Thank you so much. Members, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you all. I appreciate you coming in this morning to answer questions. And I'll invite anyone to the table who would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 150.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Annette Magnus, and I'm the Executive Director of Battleborn Progress. We are here today in strong support of AB 150. We thank Assemblywoman Anderson for her continued work on this important issue. We supported the bill last session, and we are proud to continue to support this work in 2023. We believe this ongoing funding is critical and is the least we can do for our Indigenous communities across the state to ensure that they can continue their education. As somebody who went to college at UNLV because of the Millennium Scholarship, I know how life-changing funding like this can be for a young person. I will also just add that tribal nations are sovereign governments. They make their own rules, and when states were created, there were no borders there. The tribal nations were there first. So this is important to ensure that all of our young people are included. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Jennifer Lanahan for the record. I'm here on behalf of the Las Vegas Paiute Tribe and the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. We want to thank the bill sponsor for bringing this bill forward and doing the cleanup on it, and we urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Dale Urquiaga, Acting Chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education, and I got to come up anyway, even though Andrew got to come first. The system is happy to support this bill, and I want to thank the bill sponsor and Mr. Killian for working with my team on this language. I'll speak to the fiscal amendment, ma'am, and then if I can explain the fiscal note as well, so that we appreciate the bill sponsor adding revenue to this bill. She came up with that number. It's roughly equal to what has been expended, absorbed by the institutions in fee waivers in the past. But because this bill is an expansion of fee waivers, it is unique among fee waivers in its current version. It includes dual enrollment. Other fee waivers do not. This bill also crosses the Rubicon into self-supported programs, which are not funded with state dollars. And so I appreciate the monies that are included here to sort of offset that side of the ledger as well. And that is why you see the fiscal note being so high. As Mr. Klinger has indicated, this is lost revenue to the institutions. And that will come, we believe, in the form of dual enrollment. And for everyone's understanding, that's high school students, but also summer school programs. Only one other waiver includes summer school. That's the National Guard, and the Adjutant General has money to reimburse the system for that. And then into the self-supporting realm and non-degreed programs. So this will become, we think, the largest fee waiver program that we have. And so I suspect that the next chancellor will be looking at this program and all the others, and we'll come back to discuss with you sort of the impact of these fee waivers in future sessions. But I did want on the record, that's the reason for the fiscal note, is that it is expansion beyond other fee waivers, which we support given the population. And I appreciate the bill sponsor providing at least those revenues that offset the self-supporting. We'll be able to work out that math on how the institutions receive their allocated share based on enrollment. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Thank you. Alex Tanchak with Silver State Government Relations, representing the Shoshone Paiute tribes of the Duck Valley Indian Reservation, Pyramid Lake Paiute Tribe, and the Duckwater Shoshone Tribe. I'll appear in support of the bill, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Anthony Ruiz here for Nevada State College. We're here in support and really want to thank Assemblywoman Anderson for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Kent Irvin Nevada Faculty Alliance. The Nevada Faculty Alliance supports college affordability in general, and we support fee waivers for deserving populations who can fall through the cracks of other financial aid programs. In the policy committees on fee waiver bills, we said we could be more enthusiastic if they came with funding. So I am here to say we are enthusiastic about the funding in AB 150. That said, if AB 150 and all fee waivers came with full funding, we could be even more enthusiastic. The block grant to ANSHI is a reasonable mechanism as a one-off, but to make sure the funds are getting to where they're needed for actual students and to incentivize each college and university to attract and support these students, the legislature could consider a reimbursement mechanism, possibly through a fund in the treasurer's office since they already administer tuition programs, or else make the documented waivers a line item in the funding formula in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Seeing no one else here in Carson City to testify in support, we'll go to Las Vegas.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Kanani Espinoza with the Rowe Law Group on behalf of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. We'd like to thank the bill sponsor and her hard work with the UNLV on this piece of legislation, especially with the appropriations involved, and we support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Michael Flores, the University of Nevada, Reno. We share Mr. Irvin's enthusiasm about this legislation and want to thank the bill sponsor for her work with our students in the university. During the interim, she's met with a number of our students to hear directly from them about the impact of this, and we've had 73 students come to the university because of this waiver and take advantage of it, and we will continue to work closely with the tribes here in Nevada and urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Not seeing anyone else in Las Vegas to testify in support, we will move to the phone lines. BPS, do we have anyone joining us on the phone line that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 150?
Callers, if you would like to testify in support of AB 150, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. One moment, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Dora Martinez representing the Nevada Disability Peer Action Coalition. Good morning to you, and we thank the sponsor of the bill. And one of the wonderful things about being on Zoom is I could hear the beautiful voice of Annette Magnus, and I'm going to ditto her words. And thank you. And we urge you to sponsor this bill. Take care.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chair, there are no more callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. So we will move to opposition. Is there anyone here in Carson City that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 150? Not seeing any and not seeing anyone move to the table in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone join us on the phone line that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 150?
Callers, if you would like to testify in opposition to AB 150, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to the neutral position. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 150, I invite you to the table. Not seeing anyone come to the table here in Carson City or in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone on the phone line that would like to provide neutral testimony in the neutral position on Assembly Bill 150?
Callers, if you would like to testify in neutral for AB 150, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. Then I will invite the presenter back to the table. I have a question. The general fund appropriation of $450,000 in FY23 and in FY25, would that just be one time, or do you anticipate that being an ongoing cost to the general fund?
Mike, thank you for the question, Chair. Nathan Anderson, for the record. My goal would be to have it be ongoing. and possibly be part of the governor's budget from here on out. However, I recognize that that's not something that I can put into the legislation, so I would be trying to have those discussions with the governor's office during the interim. And also, I would obviously love if the program continued to grow and that this was just nowhere near enough money to be able to have the dual credits as well as the other items that this would help pay for. But my goal is for this to be an ongoing budget area.
Thank you so much for that. If you have any other, I don't have any other questions, members. Any other questions for the presenter? All right, seeing none. Thank you so much. And with that, members, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 150. And Assemblywoman Anderson has a second bill on today's agenda, and that is Assembly Bill 151. So whenever you're ready, we'll open the hearing on Assembly Bill 151.
Thank you, Chair Monroe Moreno, Vice Chair Bach. Good morning, everybody. I am still Natha Anderson, Assembly District 30. The bill I'm proposing today is AB 151. It's a bill proposing a license to celebrate the sesquicentennial or 150th birthday of the University of Nevada, Reno. We'll be celebrating that in 2024. As explained in the Policy Committee, the proceeds from the license plate shall be helping the PAC provisions, which it's very upsetting that we need to have it. However, the PAC provisions is run by the Student Union of ASUN, and it helps you and our students as well as staff who need food as well as other materials. Some of these are listed in section 1.5 on page 3 in lines 14 through 22. There is one fiscal note for AB 151 from the DMV, but since the Policy Committee hearing, this has been removed, and I believe the documentation clarifying this was sent over Friday morning. Thank you for the opportunity in presenting AB 151, and more than happy to answer any questions regarding it.
Thank you so much. Members, any questions for the presenter? Not seeing any. I do see the $0 fiscal note. If there's someone from DMV that just wants to speak to, we like zeros, but how do we get there? Would be my question.
Hello, Chair. Hello, Chair and committee members. Sean Sever from the Nevada DMV. We are neutral on AB 51, but did submit an amended fiscal note with a no impact after we decided to absorb the minimal computer programming costs involved with implementing this license plate. Thanks.
Okay, I've been in this building for 4 sessions now, and I have never heard DMV said they're going to be nice enough to absorb a cost. We must mark this down in history. Well, thank you for that. Wanted to get that on the record. I thank you both, and we'll just move to support before we... If there's anyone here that'd like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 151, I invite you to the table. Good morning again.
Good morning again, Madam Chair. For the record, still Dale Urquiaga, and still thrilled to be the Acting Chancellor of the Nevada System of Higher Education, Ms. Howdeggy. The system also supports this bill. With UNR, we celebrate our 150th, and so this bill is an important part of that, as is the provisions. And contrary to popular belief, I was not in the first class 150 years ago. So thank you for support of this bill.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Kent Irvin, Nevada Faculty Alliance, and for our colleagues at UNR, we support this bill, and for full disclosure, I have been a faculty member at UNR for over 1/5 of that time period. And I'd be remiss if, I wasn't here supporting Mike Flores' most important bill of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Amanda Brazo on behalf of UNLV. We also do support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. See no one else here in Carson City, we'll go to Las Vegas.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, Michael Flores, the University of Nevada, Reno. I want to thank the bill sponsor for carrying this bill and also for having the bill heard, Madam Chair. And we will be checking the Chancellor's records to see whether or not he was enrolled in 1874. But again, urge your support and are thrilled that these proceeds will be going to PAC provisions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else at the table in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone join us on the phone lines that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 151?
Callers, if you would like to testify in support of AB 151, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. One moment, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and the committee. This is Dora Martinez, representing the Nevada Disability Peer Action Coalition. As UNR is my alma mater, so please support this bill. And you all be happy to know, for those of you that knows that I am blind, I will not be driving, but I will put that on my son's car. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chair, there are no more callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to opposition. Is there anyone here in Carson City that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 151? Seeing none and not seeing anyone come to the table in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone join us on the phones that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 151?
Callers, if you would like to testify in opposition to AB 151, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. So moving to the neutral position. If there's anyone here in Carson City that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 151, I invite you to the table. Not seeing anyone, and not seeing anyone at our table in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone on the phone lines that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 151?
Callers, if you would like to testify in neutral for AB 151, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you. We'll ask the sponsor of the bill for closing comments, and she says no, so we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 151. And members, we will open the work session for Assembly Bill 151, and I will accept a motion to do pass as amended.
Madam Chair, I'd move to do pass as amended Assembly Bill 151.
I have a motion from Assemblywoman Bacchus, a second from Assemblywoman Hadigi. Any discussion on the motion? Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad to support this and look forward to some continued conversations with the department about the ability to absorb some other pieces of policy pending before this body. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and we'll assign that floor statement to Assemblywoman Anderson. Thank you. Members, we only have a few more agenda items, and most of them belong to one of our committee members. So before we turn the floor over to him, we will go to... Oh, hold on. We have only a few more member bills, and then we have some departmental bills. But we're going to go to Senator Lang, Senate Bill 273. Because I have a feeling some of the other bills may be lengthy, and we won't make you stay around. So with that, members, we will open the hearing on Senate Bill 273. Good morning and welcome to Assembly Ways and Means. I don't think we've had you here yet this session.
Good morning, Chair Moreno. No, this is the first time I've been in Ways and Means, so thank you for having me.
And I am Roberta Lang, and I represent Senate District 7 in Clark County. And I'm here today to talk to you about something I've been working on for a very long time, which is renaming Henderson State College to Nevada State College to Nevada State University, and to talk about the possible fiscal impacts, which we believe there are none, is Dr. Darian Pollard, who is on Zoom.
Good morning, Dr. Pollard.
Good morning so much to everyone. Glad to be here. I hope this message or my greeting finds you doing well. Madam Chair, I am Darian Pollard for the record, and I will speak briefly to you and members of the committee. First, to thank Senator Lang for her leadership in this space. And I just have a few summative points and I'm happy to respond to any questions you may have. First, let me say that there is no impact or change to state funding. Specifically, SB 273 was written not to impact higher education funding formula as it maintains a classification under state law. In terms of background, a few points of highlight for your members. In every sense except name, Nevada State has been an university for years, and it is the only primarily four-year institution in the state of Nevada still using college to represent its mission. I'll also say that this is one of the few actually within our region where this is happening, as there is a changing, you're seeing of the guard in higher education of institutions from college to university as a natural reflection of the work that they do. In fact, between 2001 and 2016, 122 four-year colleges in America changed their name to university from college, and we're seeing the benefits of that. Data has indicated that institutions experience typically a 5.2% increase of first-time students within 5 years and an increase of 7.2 after 6 years. Additionally, and finally, I share with you that the proposal has already had strong support. Overall, our students, faculty, and alumni are very supportive of the name change, and recognize that this is a necessary and wonderful opportunity for our institution and, dare I say, our state. And I'll end with the same place I started, Madam Chair. This bill has no fiscal impact to state dollars.
Thank you for that. I did have a list of questions. Most of them I think you answered, but we'll go through them just to make sure. With this name change, would that change the fee schedule for the students? Would the name change impact the students and their fees to Nevada State College?
No, ma'am. Darian Pollard for the record, no.
Thank you. And with the name change, would it change the compensation schedule for the faculty that work for Nevada State College?
No, ma'am, it will. No, ma'am.
And I believe that the other questions you did answer, that there would not be an impact on the general fund in any way. And I know there's discussions about the current funding formula for INCHI, so that will be taken care of with the funding study that we have coming up. So there may be a change there, but not from you, just from the outcomes of the study, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Members, any other questions for Dr. Pollard or Senator Lang? Seeing none, I thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And with that, we'll go to those who are here to testify in support of Senate Bill 273. You're getting your exercise this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the members of the committee, for the record, Dale Urquiaga, and you can tell by the way I limp, I need the exercise at this time of day. The Board of Regents has endorsed this name change as well, and as President Pollard has indicated, the board will process all the handbook amendments beginning at its June quarterly meeting to ensure that there is no impact on student fees or faculty compensation.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. For the record, Paul Maratkin with the Vegas Chamber. The Chamber is in support SB 273, and we appreciate the bill work that's been done by the bill sponsor and ensures no impact on the state general fund. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. See no one else here in Carson City to testify in support. We'll go to Las Vegas.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Kanani Espinoza with the Rowe Law Group on behalf of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Our president, UNLV President Dr. Keith Whitfield, had signed a letter in support along with CSN and DRI presidents, and we are in full support of our sister institution in the South Nevada State to be Nevada State University. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Michael Flores, the University of Nevada, Reno. I want to thank the bill sponsor for championing this name change and offer support to our friends down south. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else in Las Vegas at the table, we'll go to our phone lines. BPS, do we have anyone on the phone that would like to testify in support of Senate Bill 273?
Callers, if you would like to testify in support of SB 273, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. One moment, Chair.
Thank you.
Greetings, Chair, members of the committee. Amber Stidham with the Las Vegas Global Economic Alliance. For all the reasons mentioned by my colleague Paul Moradkin from the Vegas Chamber, we also urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chair, there are no more callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. And with that, we'll move to opposition. Is there anyone here in Carson City that would like to testify in opposition of Senate Bill 273? Seeing none, and not seeing anyone at our table to testify in opposition in Las Vegas, BPS, we can move to the phone lines.
Callers, if you would like to testify in opposition to SB 273, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. So we will move to the neutral position. If there's anyone here in Carson City that would like to testify or provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 273. Good morning again.
Kent Irvin, Nevada Faculty Alliance. I'm here in neutral because our state board decided a year ago when this process started not to weigh in on the name change itself. We're satisfied with the process. And as far as the fiscal impact, my colleagues at the College of Southern Nevada assure me that faculty salaries did not increase when the name changed from community college to college. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Not seeing anyone at the table in Las Vegas to provide neutral testimony on Senate Bill 273. BPS, do we have anyone joining us on the phone line?
Callers, if you would like to testify neutral for SB 273, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. And we'll ask the bill sponsor, and she says no closing remarks. So with that, members, we will close the hearing on Senate Bill 273. But we will open the work session on Senate Bill 273. There are no amendments to this bill presented this morning, and there are no fiscal notes associated with the bill. So I will accept a motion to do pass.
Madam Chair, I'd move to do pass as amended Senate Bill 273. Madam Chair, I'll correct that. I will move to do pass Senate Bill 273.
Thank you. I have a motion from Assemblywoman Bacchus, a second from Assemblywoman Hadegui. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously, and we will assign that floor statement to Assemblyman Miller. Thank you. All right, moving on, we will open the hearing on Assembly Bill 451.
Good morning.
Good morning. Bless you, whoever sneezed.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Amy Stevenson. I'm the director for the Governor's Office of Finance. AB 451 allows unclassified employees in the budget division in the Governor's Finance Office compensation for overtime performed when the employee is doing work related to the preparation of the executive budget, beginning on September 1st of an even-numbered year and ending on January 31st of the following year. And that concludes my presentation, and I stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for that really quick presentation. The bill, as it is written, has the time frame for the overtime from September 1st of an even-numbered year till January 31st of the following year to help the preparation for the legislative session. But we also know that this legislative body has approved a study of that will be coming out. However, we did not put the appropriations for that study. So we will need to make an amendment to this bill to add a sunset for this one-time funding for this. So because we don't know what the outcome of that study is, so there would be for the FY 23-24, getting us ready for the 25 legislative session. So a sunset on the overtime, and then make an appropriation, a one-time general fund appropriation of $500,000, because that would be a budget implementation for work that this body did to actually appropriate the funds for the study. Is that your understanding?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Amy Stevenson, Director for Governor's Finance Office. Yes, ma'am. So I will get that sent over today when we're done.
Perfect. Members, any questions? Okay, see none. Nice and easy. But I think I'm going to see you a few more times. At least 3 or 4 more times today. All right. Is there anyone here in the audience that'd like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 451? Seeing none, not seeing anyone in Las Vegas at the table to testify in support of Assembly Bill 451. BPS, do we have anyone joining us on the phone line to testify in support of Assembly Bill 451?
Callers, if you would like to testify in support of AB 451, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. We'll go to opposition. Is there anyone here in Carson City that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 451? Seeing none, not seeing anyone at our table in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone on the phone line that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 451?
Callers, if you would like to testify in opposition to AB 451, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. Then we will go to the neutral position. Is there anyone here in the audience that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 451? Seeing none, not seeing anyone at our table in Las Vegas. And BPS will go to you again. Has anyone joined us to provide testimony on the neutral position for Assembly Bill 451?
Callers, if you would like to testify in neutral for AB 451, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you for that. And with that, members, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 451, but we will open the work session for Assembly Bill 451. And as I stated during the hearing, during the closing for the budget for the GFO Budget Division on April 24th, we had approved a one-time overtime for unclassified director, deputy director, and the budget administrator. And the amendment for this bill would be for the 23-25 biennium only. And in addition, a one-time general fund appropriation of $500,000 to fund the comprehensive salary study for the executive branch to evaluate the pay of all classified and unclassified positions within the executive branch. And with that information, members, I would accept a motion to amend and do pass.
Madam Chair, I'd move to amend and do pass Assembly Bill 451.
We have a motion from Assemblywoman Bacchus, a second from Assemblywoman Hadigi. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously, and I will take that floor statement. Moving on, we will open the hearing for Assembly Bill 457, which removes the requirement for the reissuance of certain license plates every 8 years. Good morning again.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. Sean Sever from the Nevada DMV. Thank you for hearing AB 457 today, which will relieve some pressure on our license plate factory, removing the requirement for the DMV to automatically issue license plates every 8 years. We have had staffing shortages and difficulty in obtaining aluminum and sheeting materials, and this bill would reduce the amount of plates we produce significantly. We do believe the legibility of most license plates may last longer than 8 years, and customers and law enforcement can still request new plates if they are deemed unreadable. We do have a fiscal note on this bill, and I realize the irony to that. However, it mirrors what we have submitted in our budget, which results in a reduction to revenue and expenditures. The fiscal impacts have been included in the proposed license plate factory budget for fiscal years 2024 and 2025, which can be found in Decision Unit E244 of Budget Account 4712. So thank you for considering our request.
Thank you so much. And members, this is a budget implementation bill. It seems like there's a shortage of a few things. Things to make our license plates and paperwork for our ballots. So there is a fiscal note, and it would be because of the not getting the revenue from people renewing their license plates. However, if we can't get the product to renew them, we have to make some type of adjustments. Members, do you have any questions for the presenter on this bill? All right, seeing none, I thank you so much. And we'll invite anyone to the table that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 457. Not seeing anyone coming to the table here in Carson City, and not seeing anyone in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone join us on the phone line that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 457?
Callers, if you would like to testify in support of AB 457, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. Is there anyone here in Carson City that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 457? Seeing none. Not seeing anyone at the table at Las Vegas. Do we have anyone on our phone lines?
Callers, if you would like to testify in opposition to AB 457, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. Then we will move to the neutral position. If there's anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 457, I invite you to the table here in Carson City. And not seeing anyone at our table in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone on our phone lines?
Callers, if you would like to testify in neutral for AB 457, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. And with that, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 457, and we will open the work session on Assembly Bill 457. There are no amendments to this piece of legislation. The fiscal impact will be due to the inability to reissue those certain license plates over the 8 years. So with that, I will accept a motion to do pass.
Madam Chair, I'd move to do pass Assembly Bill 457.
I have a motion from Assemblywoman Bacchus, a second from Assemblyman Watts. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and I'll assign that floor statement to Assemblyman Watts. The next item on our agenda will be Assembly Bill 468, which makes appropriations to the Office of Finance and the Office of the Governor for certain costs related to the Enterprise Resource Planning System. And welcome back our GFO, and Director Rob, and friends. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Okay, it's early morning, and I haven't drinking enough coffee either. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Amy Stevenson, and I am the Director for the Governor's Finance Office. Joining me today is Director Jack Robb, Department of Administration. The two of us, along with the Controller Andy Matthews, represents the Executive Committee for the Enterprise Resource Planning System project, now rebranded Core.NV. Also with me today is Brian Bowles, who's the administrator of the Core.NV project. Assembly Bill 468 appropriates costs related to the Enterprise Resource Planning System. The original amount that's in this bill does have to be amended. So Section 1, instead of 21 million, or approximately 21 million in general fund, it is now $156,799,886. I need to include a section to include 10 million in ARPA funds. And then for the highway fund, I need to amend it to 39,125,900 for a total price for the project of 205,925,786. Section 3 and 4.
Before you move on.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's okay.
Going to ask you to do those numbers again, just a little slower. Just a
Oh,
little
I'm
slower.
sorry. All right.
You're fine.
General Fund 156,799,886. If I can read my writing. Highway Fund is 39,125,900. And then ARPA is 10 million. Okay. Section 3 and 4, it just appropriates general fund and highway fund for the replacement equipment within the Office of Project Management to move forward during this project. That concludes my presentation. I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions, and this is why I brought my phone of friends.
Thank you. Yeah, there are a few. That is a significant change in the appropriation for the general fund and the highway fund. So I just have a few questions before we go to members. Could you let us know what the inflation factors were used in determining the projected cost for the Core.NV?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Amy Stevenson, Director for Governor's Finance Office. The way the total cost was projected was we took an average of the original bids back in 2017 minus the one from LSI. So all the original bids minus LSI took an average, and those averaged to about $131 million. There is a 20% inflation factor on top of that, and then there's a 25% factor for any modules or networking costs or hosting costs that we did not consider. Did that answer your question, ma'am?
So the functionality of would be included, what is the functionality that would be included in the minimal viable product that you're going to, and what additional modules do you envision?
Thank you for the question, Chair. My name is Administrator Brian Bowles. That is BrianBowles, Administrator for Office of Project Management. There were a number of modules that were not contemplated during the initial RFP that were discovered as lacking throughout the Smart 21 project. Those were a grants module to allow our state agencies to administer grant dollars from the federal government and administer them correctly within and connecting with the systems that we have. Also, there was a grievance module and a module that PEBP needed for enrollment and eligibility. They went through their own RFP with LSI, which was also a failed project. And it became quickly apparent that we needed to include PEB's enrollment and eligibility module into the grander RFP because PEB touches every part of both payroll and finance. I hope that answered your question.
It does. It seems like this is the gift that keeps on giving. So you had mentioned the 25% increase. How was it determined that the 25% increase would cover the costs associated with the modules and that will be added to that minimum viable product?
Jack Rupp for the record, Director of Department Administration. We looked at other states, other functionalities, spoke with other vendors to determine what we may need in the future. We're looking at this project in a total different sense this time. Last time we looked at one vendor in totality. This time we may come up with a hybrid product and make sure that all those hybrid products work together to give us the functionality in that we need. So it was determined through multiple investigations and discussions.
Thank you. And with that, there's a lot of work moving forward to get this right. So could the funding for the modules be provided during the next legislative session when we have a better understanding of what the actual cost is?
Jack Rupp for the record. As we have testified in the past, this is going to be a system that's built out over years. We are going to stand up the minimum viable product, and then we'll add modules, and if it's determined that we need to add more in the future, we'll be back in subsequent years to add on to this product. And we're going to ensure that the product is migratable and we can add on.
To add to, excuse me, Amy Stevenson for the record, Director of Governor's Finance Office. To answer your question specifically, these modules could wait. We're just not sure we would have the money, then is why we asked for it now. But they could wait, to answer your question.
Thank you for that. So it's my opinion, and let me know if you agree with me. If we place this money in a restricted contingency, IFC contingency account, and then once you have the plan in place and the contract, you come back to this legislative body with a work program to access that funding?
Thank you for the record. Amy Stevenson, Director of Governor's Finance Office. Yes, that is the intention, is to have you guys put it in restricted IFC contingency account, and we'd come back at IFC.
Thank you so much. Members, any other questions? Assemblyman Watts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, first of all, let me start by saying I appreciate your efforts. I think we all acknowledge that the Smart 21 project did not go as we hoped and was not going to get to a successful place, and that we needed to go in a different direction. So I do appreciate the work that is ongoing to this. I know this has been a long process even throughout this session about moving away from that, trying to roll back some of the things that were partially implemented without trying to create more disruption and get get back and then start moving in a different direction. I think that originally had been stated that basically by the start of the next fiscal year we would be rolled back, and then we would get a minimum viable product. And again, I don't know if, I think one of my big questions is, do we have an updated document with a plan, with a timeline for us to get one, rolled back in a way that hopefully doesn't make anything worse, two, get to the minimum viable product, and then three, what is kind of based on what we see as the needs now to get all of those modules rolled out? Do we have a plan with phases, with a full timeline for implementation and a full budget estimate? Because from my understanding, so this is for the biennium. I know that we're trying to play catch up because we're already well behind schedule. But so I guess one, what's the overall plan and timeline? Two, are there going to be costs in excess of what is laid out here foreseen in future biennia?
Jack Rudolph, for the record, Director of Department Administration. The plan is fairly defined. We are currently taking questions from potential vendors. The process we're going through is we're using national contracts and other contracts the state currently has to stay within statute to make sure that we are doing things very transparent. That we are in the question period now. That question period ends June 15th. After that question period ends, proposals will be sent over to the evaluation committee. The evaluation committee will evaluate those through June 22nd, and then we plan on starting negotiations July 11th and conclude negotiations July 24th and get it on the BOE agenda, and we hope to be at contract by September 12th. The cost is what we have to negotiate. So the budget number, we don't know. That is a big part of the process we have to go through. But we are only going to negotiate with those that we know can produce the product and that we can. We may negotiate with one, we may negotiate with three. The evaluation committee is going to have selection criteria, and there could be a clean break that says these three make it, these others don't, or maybe this one's the only one we're negotiating with. That is yet to be seen. But we are confident with the approach we're taking that we can make the deadline. We're not going to roll out individual modules like in the past. We're going for a big bang, January 1st of 2025. Rolling out all the modules we have to get to that minimum viable product, and then after that, any additional modules that will enhance the system, we will start working on at that point.
Thank you for that. I think, and again, I know that there's been a lot of work going on. Since I don't see anything in front of me, I think it would be helpful to get something in writing that gives the latest rundown of where we're at in this whole process. And I understand, especially to try and catch up on this aggressive timeline and to roll back and then rebuild. We know that we are hopefully now not throwing good money after bad, but getting on track to get this where it needs to be. And I think definitely having this kind of set aside in the contingency account is the way to go, so that we can continue to get some updates as this moves forward. And then really just, and I know that this is your goal, but really making sure that as we go throughout this process and we try to be aggressive and nimble, that at the end of the day, everything is working together, so that we're not running into another scenario where we have different pieces that aren't working together, and then we have to go and do additional work or modifications on kind of our core systems moving forward.
I think that was more of a statement than a question, unless you wanted to respond. Okay. Members, any other questions? Seeing none from the other members, I do have a question. For that 10 million of the ARPA dollars that you had stated, could you tell us where's that coming from? Like, is it coming from the 100 million that was set aside for state agencies? Exactly which ARPA bucket are we taking that 10 million from?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Amy Stevenson, Director for Governor's Finance Office. It is in the lost revenue bucket. And yes, it is out of the state 100 million state agency allocation.
And then, as my colleague has stated, there's been a significant change to the bill as it was originally introduced. So if we could get the amendment with the new amounts in the general fund, the highway fund, and I believe that's without the 25%, or how that 25% would work in, and then adding the ARPA funds to that as well, that would be great. And then we could get this bill to a work session status, just to have that document in front of us so everyone has it.
I'll get it over today.
Thank you so much. Seeing no other questions, correct? I thank you so much for the presentation. Oh, I do have one question, I'm sorry. So during the hearing, originally when we talked about how we were going to pay for this moving forward, this will be on a performance payment moving forward, correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Amy Stevenson, Director of Governor's Finance. Yes, that is correct. It is performance-based. We won't negotiate a contract that is not.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Now we can move to testimony and support. If there's anyone here that would like to provide testimony and support of Assembly Bill 468, I invite you to the table. Not seeing anyone here in Carson City or anyone at the table in Las Vegas. BPS will go to the phone line. Is there anyone that would like to provide testimony in support of Assembly Bill 468?
Callers, if you would like to testify in support of AB 468, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. So moving to opposition, is there anyone here in Carson City that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 468? Seeing none and not seeing anyone at the table in Las Vegas, BPS, do we have anyone on the phone line that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 468?
Callers, if you would like to testify in opposition to AB 468, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. And moving to the neutral position, if there's anyone here in Carson City that would like to provide neutral testimony for Assembly Bill 468, I invite you to the table. Not seeing anyone and not seeing anyone in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone on the phone line that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 468?
Callers, if you would like to testify in neutral for AB 468, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. And with that, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 468. And we will open the hearing for Assembly Bill 489, which makes an appropriation to the Office of Finance and the Office of the Governor for the replacement of furniture and certain equipment.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Amy Stevenson. I'm the Director for the Governor's Office of Finance. AB 489 appropriates $155,146 of general fund for replacement office equipment, furniture, and video conference equipment for both the budget division and internal audits within the Governor's Office of Finance. That concludes my presentation. I stand for any questions.
Thank you so much. The one-time general fund appropriation for $130,945 to replace equipment. Would that equipment be replaced for office buildings here in Carson City, Las Vegas, or throughout the state?
Thank you. For the record, Amy Stevenson, Director of Governor's Finance Office. We only have the office up here, so it would be for the office up here.
Not the projected office that's going to be down south.
Correct.
Thank you. Members, any questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you so much for the presentation. And we will move to testimony in support of Assembly Bill 489. If there's anyone here in Carson City that'd like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 489, I invite you to the table. Seeing none. Not seeing anyone in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone joining us on the phone line that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 489?
Callers, if you would like to testify in support of AB 489, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. Then we'll go to opposition. If there's anyone here in Carson City that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 489, I invite you to the table. Not seeing anyone and not seeing anyone in Las Vegas to testify. BPS, do we have anyone on the phone line that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 489?
Callers, if you would like to testify in opposition to AB 489, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. And finally, we'll go to the neutral position. If there's anyone here that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 489, I invite you to the table. Not seeing any, not seeing anyone in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone on the phone lines?
Callers, if you would like to testify in neutral for AB 489, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. And with that, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 489. And we will open the hearing on Assembly Bill 501. Good morning. Assembly Bill 501 makes a supplemental appropriation to the Aging and Disability Service Division of the Department of Health and Human Services for the unanticipated revenue shortfall. Good morning. Thank you for joining us on a Saturday.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committee members. For the record, my name is Carrie Embry, and I serve as the Governor's Consumer Health Advocate with Aging and Disability Services Division, and I'm here to introduce Assembly Bill 501. Assembly Bill 501 makes a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $31,725 to Aging and Disability Services Division for an unanticipated revenue shortfall in fiscal year 2023. We have submitted a proposed amendment that changes the amount to $102,890 if the Office for Consumer Health Assistance Program cannot retain arbitration revenue in the budget in accordance with NRS 353.249. This concludes the bill presentation, and we're available to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation and for the amendment. I do have a question. This legislative session, Senate Bill 497, which was a budget implementation bill revises existing law to authorize a state agency whose employees serve as an arbitrator of a dispute between a third party and an out-of-network provider to retain the money paid for the cost of the arbitration, instead of such monies being credited to the state general fund. My question for you is, if SB 497 is approved, would the agency have sufficient revenues to eliminate the need for the supplemental appropriation that's recommended in Assembly Bill 501?
Carrie Embry, for the record, yes.
That was easy. So I think we need to approve that bill. All right, members, any questions? Seeing none, I thank you. And I'll invite anyone up to the table that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 501. Not seeing any here in Carson City, and not seeing anyone at the table in Las Vegas, BPS. Do we have anyone joining us on the phone line that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 501?
Callers, if you would like to testify in support of AB 501, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. We'll move to opposition. If there's anyone here in Carson City that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 501, I invite you to the table. Not seeing any. Not seeing anyone in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone on the phone line that would like to testify in opposition and or neutral on Assembly Bill 501?
Callers, if you would like to testify in opposition or neutral, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. So we'll move to the neutral position. If there's anyone here in Carson City that would like to testify in a neutral position on Assembly Bill 501. Not seeing anyone in Las Vegas, and knowing we do not have anyone on the phone line, I will ask the presenters just to come back to the table. I just have one question for you that I failed to ask while you were there, and I apologize. In the amendment, the amount of the unanticipated shortfall went from $31,725 to $102,890. Could you just explain a little bit of why the increase in the shortfall, what led to that?
Ellen Crescelius, Deputy Administrator. So this budget is based primarily on time tracking to different activities. So the activities that our customers need determine which pots of funding we can use. And so this latest projection is based on our latest time tracking results.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Members, any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. And with that, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 501. Good morning. Getting back on track, we will open the hearing for Assembly Bill 160, which revises provisions governing the sealing of certain criminal records. Good morning, Assemblyman Watts. Assemblyman Miller. Mercy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. I've been called worse people, so worse name. So I take Chair Watts, Chair Watts from Growth and Infrastructure. Yes, okay. Anyways, I'm glad to be before you all. What is still morning for a little bit longer, and we'll see if we can get out of here while it's still morning. I am Assemblyman, I'm C.H. Miller for the record. I represent Assembly District 7, and I'm here to present Assembly Bill 160. In its first reprint with the amendment available on Nellis, seeks to automate the sealing of eligible criminal records. And I know this is our fiscal committee, and I will address the fiscal implications shortly. Just want to give you a brief rundown of the bill. And I want to make clear for the record that AB 160 is not intended to, nor does it expand the eligibility of record sealing. It doesn't include or change any new standards or timeframes or requirements for what's currently eligible for sealing or when it can be sealed. AB 160 is simply about modernizing our process for efficiency, which will ultimately have a positive impact on our budget, agencies, human resources, but most importantly, our communities by removing barriers that help people get their lives back on track. Secondly, I want to clarify that automate does not necessarily mean with the push of a button, record sealing happens magically. I do hope that at some point we will get there and this bill will help us get into that place. But for now, when we use the word automate, please know it simply means the process begins automatically once the sealable record becomes eligible according to current statute. There are several fiscal notes from several agencies that have been presented. Most of these fiscal impacts are based on, in my opinion, are based on projections of the unknown and an expectation that everyone's systems will need to be updated immediately to make this work. Since speaking with several of the agencies, we have discovered that it's simply not practical to just start this process without creating a solid plan of implementation. The main issue being that our criminal justice system is decentralized and everybody is doing their own thing. With this in mind, we have created a task force and pushed out the implementation date and asked for an appropriation of $2.5 million to address the $1.2 million fiscal note provided by DPS, as they will need to begin their work first, as well as facilitate the task force. And we hope it will also allow room to provide some grants for smaller agencies to help them along the way. As we know, sometimes projects of this magnitude can be botched if proper planning and reasonable amount of time is not given. It's my belief that this task force and appropriation will assure proper planning, a smooth rollout, and a much more precise, informed ask in the 2025 legislative session as we take this measured step forward for our state. Ashley Kennedy from Clark County has been very helpful in getting this going, and she and I will stand for questions, but she will take the hard ones, to be clear. And one more thing, there was an amendment submitted by the Attorney General's office that somehow didn't make it into the reprint of the bill, but I believe you all were notified by the mistake. Just wanted to acknowledge that that amendment is friendly and it had been accepted for the record. And thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Did you have anything to add?
I think just to go back to the fiscal points, the only thing I wanted to include was that most of the fiscal notes are going to be an impact in future bienniums. And then I also did want to put on the record that there currently, as of now, are federal grants available for this type of work through the Department of Justice. The two that I found myself, and I'm sure there might be others, is the National Criminal History Improvement Program, which helps award competitive grants for technical assistance, with one of the allowable uses being automatic record sealing. And then also within the DOJ is grant funding available to the statistical analysis centers, which every state has one, usually housed within higher ed. Ours is at UNLV, and these centers help with collecting and analyzing criminal justice data, which could also be a resource moving forward.
Thank you, and there may be a few questions for you too, but I do have to. In the amendment, the general fund does not revert back. Could you explain why that decision was made?
The reason for not, sorry, Ashley Kennedy, Clark County for the record. The reason for the request that it doesn't revert is because this is a multi-year project that will expand after this biennium, and that we hope that if there's any remaining funds that they can carry that over to the next biennium.
All right, thank you for that. And would there be reporting with the funds, since they're not reverting, what is actually going on and how much would be left in that initial funding?
Ashley Kennedy for the record. So the current reporting standards that we have right now is with the task force. I regularly reporting to the Administrative Office of the Courts and the Legislature. I'm happy to add an amendment that clarifies that that fiscal part should also be part of the reporting as well.
Thank you so much for that. And then the 2.5 million that's in the amendment, how was that the dollar amount that you landed on? What determined that?
Ashley Kennedy, Clark County. So that is based off of DPS's current fiscal note, which is about 1.2 million. Of that 1.2, a little over 1 million of that is for the technology upgrades that they need to do this biennium to get this project rolling out. The additional request is for the administrative cost of the task force, kind of estimating that that could potentially take one full-time employee based off of just my own estimates to support the administrative costs of the task force, the ability for the task force to enter into a statewide vendor contract to help kind of do some of this work, and then anything that's left over to help smaller jurisdictions with grant funds to help with their technology or system needs.
Thank you for that. I will go to other members for questions. I believe Speaker Yeager has a question or two? No? Okay. You guys might get off pretty easy today. Not seeing any other questions from you, the members, so thank you so much for the presentation. You guys move fast. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Lilith Barron, Lilithbaran. Thank you all for coming in on this lovely weekend. We are in full support. Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Annette Magnus, and I'm the Executive Director of Battleborn Progress, and we are in full support of this bill and think it is a great investment. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. Erica Roth, ERICAROTH, on behalf of the Washoe County Public Defender's Office, testifying in support this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. John Pure from the Clark County Public Defender's Office, testifying in support of this bill. Multiple research studies have shown that employment has a negative correlation with crime. So the more employed you are, the less likely you are to be involved in the criminal justice system. One of the biggest barriers for getting a job when you are released and have served your time, though, is a criminal record. This bill will automate our system. We've been working on record sealing with this body since 2017 and put us in a much better position to help people get employed, which will keep them out of the criminal justice system, which will also function as a cost-saving measure. It costs $250 a day to house somebody in the Clark County Detention Center at a cost of $91,250 a year, and $25,000 a year to house somebody in the Nevada Department of Corrections. When somebody has a job, they're less likely to recidivate, which will save the state money in the long run. Thank you.
Aisha Goins on behalf of NAACP, Las Vegas, Nevada, and Cannabis Equity and Inclusion Community. We support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else to testify in support here in Carson City, and not seeing anyone at the table in Las Vegas, but there is someone moving. Not coming to the table. Okay, BPS, do we have anyone on the phone line that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 160?
Callers, if you would like to testify in support of AB 160, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. One moment, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Matthew Wilkie, Matthew Wilkie for the record, and I ditto all the speakers in support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller?
Chair, there are no more callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. If there's anyone here to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 160, I invite you to the table.
Good morning, Chair Monroe Marino and members of the committee. My name is Beth Schmidt. I represent the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department as well as today the Nevada Sheriffs and Chiefs. We are opposed to 160 as amended. The LVMPD has submitted an updated fiscal note based on reprint 1. Record sealing is a process the LVMPD is extraordinarily familiar with. We contribute 80% of the criminal history in Nevada, and we seal more records than any other law enforcement agency in Nevada. There is a process in place for a person to seal their criminal record. This bill proposes that ultimately we end up throwing out that system. And while that system may be cumbersome, it is a system that works. We do effectively seal criminal records. The majority of the dollar figures in the fiscal notes address the fact that record sealing is a human process, and it is extremely labor-intensive one at that. It can take anywhere from hours to days to seal a single criminal record. And there is no existing technology right now that automatically seals a criminal record. This bill makes automatic sealing the responsibility of the state and ultimately local agencies, and yet this bill has no defined funding for local agencies. The same agencies that will have to do the actual record sealing work. To be clear, the sealing process encompasses more than just removing criminal history repository information from databases. At LVMPD, there are 20 different systems that must be queried to ensure records are properly sealed. And the bottom line is there are no shortcuts when it comes to sealing someone's criminal record. And the $2.5 million that's been appropriated to the task force, it's allocated for administrative and technological tasks. That means that we're going to spend $2.5 million trying to figure out how to automate a system that we believe is not automatable. And because of this, we will never accomplish what we want to do. We believe it would be more fiscally responsible to spend money on making the current record sealing process less cumbersome and to better educate people about how to navigate the courts and law enforcement agencies.
Thank you. Before you leave, on your original fiscal note, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department submitted a fiscal note of $29,234,567. And it says that you currently seal about 120 seals per month, and that if this legislation were to go in effect, there's an estimated of 4,500 charges per month?
Lieutenant Beth Schmidt, for the record, that was because in the bill as introduced had a vast array of crimes, and so that has been narrowed down now to essentially e-felony drug crimes and misdemeanor drug crimes. So that would be the explanation for any of these amended fiscal notes.
Okay, so in the originally introduced bill, there was an estimate of 169 frontline employees, 42 leads, 17 supervisors, 6 managerial, and then 1 executive level. But in the amendment, you only need 3. There's only 1 line on the amended fiscal note, so you would only need 3 employees. And where would those employees fit in that long list that was in the original?
Lieutenant Beth Schmidt, those employees would be in our existing record sealing unit, which already does have infrastructure. It already has supervisors, already has people doing this work. To just do what this is asking, staying right within that narrow focus of those particular crimes, it is 3 employees, and those would be law enforcement support technicians. If the bill expands, then the fiscal changes on that, but we redid our fiscal just to address that.
Okay, so my last question for you. Currently, the fiscal's at $341,658, and that's for the employment of 3 new FTEs and the benefits, everything that comes with that employee?
Lieutenant Beth Schmidt, for the record, that is correct.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone else here in Carson City that'd like to testify in opposition? Seeing none, not seeing anyone in Las Vegas to testify in opposition. BPS, do we have anyone joining us on the phone line that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 160?
Callers, if you would like to testify in opposition to AB 160, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. One moment, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Monroe Moreno and members of the Assembly Ways and Means Committee. My name is John Jones, and I'm here on behalf of the Clark County District Attorney's Office in opposition to AB 160. I will say I do appreciate Assemblyman Miller and Ms. Kennedy meeting with me and others on this bill over several occasions this session. The current proposed amendment to AB 160 is substantially better from a fiscal standpoint than the original version. However, there are still fiscal impacts to Clark County District Attorney's Office related to this bill. We anticipate, as Ms. Schmidt indicated from LVMPD, that the number of sealings that we see each month will at least triple. Our current technology limitations make sealing a case a very time-consuming process. And I know several members today have called this a, quote, automatic or automated process. Anybody who has dealt with the criminal justice information systems in Nevada knows that is far from true. It is a labor-intensive process from a manpower standpoint because these systems do not talk to each other very well. I can unequivocally say that considering the current technology and manpower issues plaguing our criminal justice system, we are nowhere near ready for this proposal. And finally, Assemblyman Miller, I believe, indicated that this does not change the current sealing process, and I would respectfully disagree. It shifts the burden from the defendant to prove that they have been rehabilitated to forcing a prosecutor to prove they haven't. That is a substantial change to our system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And before you go, addressing the fiscal note from Clark County, it's just over $4 million. And it says you'd have to add detention staff, district attorney staff, Las Vegas Justice Court staff, district court staff, computers, and you also included LVMPD. What was the matrix you used to get to this number, and why do you feel that there will be such a huge increase in the caseload? How do you justify $4 million?
Thank you, Chair. John Jones on behalf of the Clark County DA's office. I can only speak to the Clark County DA's office as we did talk to Clark County Finance, and they're the ones that put together the fiscal note. What we have done is run the current number of charges that meet the definition of an eligible offense in AB 160, and we projected those numbers forward to 2026 and beyond. And we're seeing over 300 of those charges every month. What we know under the current sealing statutes, we seal about 120 of these cases a month. So we know, looking at those 120 cases and the man hours that we use to seal those cases, what we would need going forward. And again, I do want to reiterate, none of our criminal justice information systems talk to each other. So every agency of criminal justice in this state would need additional employees to seal cases that contain records within their own departments. In other words, there is no current system in Nevada where one individual could seal every case in every department of this state.
Thank you for that. So if I heard you correctly, monthly there's about 300, I would say, applicants for to have their records sealed, but only 120 cases that are actually sealed. And if this legislation were to go in effect, be approved, your portion of the fiscal note that I'm looking at for the district attorney's office would require 6 new positions at $1.5 million. Is that correct?
John Jones on behalf of the Clark County DA's office. Yes, looking at what we currently seal versus what we project we will be sealing after 2026, that is our estimated staffing needs.
Thank you. Members, any questions for Mr. Jones before he's not on the phone lines? All right, thank you so much. I appreciate your testimony and your answers to the questions reflecting the fiscal note. BPS, next caller.
Good morning, Chairman Moreno and members of the committee. Mary Sarah Kinner on behalf of the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. Like our fellow law enforcement agencies, we have concerns about the technology required to move forward with this and the fiscal impact that will have on our agency regarding additional employees, as well as the technological impact that upgrading our technology in order to accommodate what we expect to be an increase in requests would have on our agency. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Mark Scifalacqua, and I'm the head of the criminal division of the Henderson City Attorney's Office. I am speaking today in opposition to AB 160 due to the potential strain on local government. With our current resources, it would be very difficult for prosecuting agencies to review each case for potential sealing within the time frame that's outlined in the bill. So many cases may not receive serious review. The court would also have to add in personnel to process these new record sealing caseloads. Also, regarding the impact, it is true that there are some other states that have an automatic record sealing program. There's about 12 states total in the nation. Many states, though, limit the amount of times you can have it through a program like this to one time, not continual, limit the number of convictions to a few, or they expand the waiting period quite a bit. Usually it's between 5 and 10 years. And those items don't appear in AB 160, so there would be a cost with repeatedly sealing a defendant's record when that person is arrested or convicted of certain offenses every year or every few years. I do want to thank the bill sponsor for working with the City of Henderson and your time today. Thank you.
Thank you. And before you leave, I'd like to ask a question. It doesn't say in your fiscal note, but about how many cases does Henderson seal on a monthly basis? And what do you anticipate if this legislation were to pass that would increase to?
Thank you, Chair. Mark Scifalacqua, good question. Yearly, I did our numbers. We're just at about 250 record sealings per year. If we included in this program, I would estimate it to be somewhere between 900 and 1,000 total. If I'm reading the bill right, I think it would require drug paraphernalia charges. I don't think it would just be drug possession because it says drug related. So unless certainly the Assemblyman can correct me if I'm wrong, but if we're including drug paraphernalia cases, I would say 900 to 1,000. So about three time increase.
Thank you for that. And so on your fiscal note in FY25, it has 500,000, and then in future bienniums, 700,000, almost 7.5. And then an additional 1 million for the information technology expenditure to improve your current system. What exactly is that 500,000 for FY25 would pay for? Is that just staffing? And then how does that number increase to 745 in future bienniums?
Thank you for the question. Mark Scifalacqua with Henderson. Most of that expense is from the court. This was kind of a combined request on the fiscal note, so I couldn't speak to everything. I would say, though, that likely may be pushed forward a year, because this came out before the amendment, which I did believe delayed the implementation by a year. That would be staffing and IT issues, mainly from the court, and then also overtime for the city attorney staff.
Thank you so much for that. And thank you for answering the questions asked. Members, any questions for Henderson before they're off the line? Not seeing any. Thank you so much for joining us today. Next caller.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jennifer Noble, and I represent the Nevada District Attorneys Association, which is comprised of the 17 elected district attorneys in our state. NDAA opposes AB 160 not just on policy reasons, which I won't discuss, but also on fiscal grounds. And I'll tailor my testimony as best as I can, but it's important to understand how this process works from an attorney standpoint. That process can't be assisted simply by updated technology. And the committee needs to understand we've had relatively recent changes to our ceiling scheme in Nevada that have impacted our personnel resources already. In 2017, we worked with then Majority Leader, now our Attorney General, Aaron Ford, on SB 125, which shortened the time applicable to ceiling violent crimes by 1/3, and for all other crimes, the time was cut by over half. Now, that change resulted in an increase in ceiling petitions across our state, which are submitted, of course, by the folks who have those criminal convictions. That translated into increased workloads and increased needs for personnel. The automatic sealing process contemplated by AB 160 removes that obligation on the petitioner to submit an application, and it eliminates their obligation to submit their criminal history with that, replacing currently required information with essentially a list of names and convictions. And currently, our offices struggle to conduct appropriate evaluations of sealing applications submitted under the current process. Now, this committee, I'm sure, is aware that DA's offices range in the state from one person to the Clark County District Attorney's Office, which has many attorneys. But those petitions require evaluation by an attorney, not a computer, to verify no further offenses have occurred and that the person's criminal history overall warrants sealing, which is an act of judicial grace. That's what our Supreme Court has said. AB 160 removes the obligation for folks to submit their petition or any information at all, and we estimate that the automatic sealing provisions will roughly more than double those petitions throughout Nevada. No provision provides our DAs with additional personnel to support that change in policy, and faced with overwhelmingly large lists of names and convictions, it will be pretty much impossible for DAs and support staff to run these individuals in local and national criminal history databases so that they can verify they haven't reoffended during the applicable waiting period. Because there aren't resources contemplated to provide that personnel or infrastructure by this bill, our ability to object where it's appropriate would be rendered virtually meaningless. And we do appreciate the discussions with the sponsors and the changes in the bill, but the effective date change still doesn't equal extra personnel that we believe we need. And for that reason, we oppose the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Chair, there are no more callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. Is there anyone here in Carson City that would like to testify in the neutral position on Assembly Bill 160? Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Cadence Matievich, representing Washoe County, and I will be speaking today regarding the fiscal note that was submitted by the 2nd Judicial District Court, because Washoe County does pay those expenses of the court. To clarify that with the amendment that's been presented to you this morning, the original fiscal note submitted on the original version of the bill, which would have also applied to the first reprint, but with the conceptual amendment discussed this morning, the fiscal impact that's been identified testified for fiscal years 24 and 25 would be eliminated, and that our fiscal impact for future biennia would be reduced to $223,454. So that would be 2 years of the biennium, $111,727,000 per fiscal year. That is in today's dollars. We don't expect that we would incur those expenses until fiscal year 27.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming up because I was going to call for you to come up and talk about your fiscal note. Is there anyone else here in Carson City that would like to testify in the neutral position? Not seeing any. Not seeing anyone at the table in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone join us on the phone line that would like to testify with neutral comments on Assembly Bill 160?
Callers, if you would like to testify in neutral for AB 160, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify at this time.
Thank you so much. So this bill has a lot of fiscal notes on it, and I'm hoping a few people are in the room and can just speak to their fiscal notes before we close the hearing on AB 160. Is there anyone from the Administrative Office of the Courts here? There was a fiscal note for $3,800,000. Not seeing any. How about the Department of Public Safety, Records, Communications, and Compliance? Good morning. You had a fiscal note submitted under the original bill draft. There was not an amended fiscal note. Would the $1,264,950 still apply even as the bill is amended?
Good morning, Erica Suzayamas for the record. Yes, so the $1.1 million, hold on, I don't even know where it's at now. It's a 1.1 million something, and that is from our contracted NCGIS modernization vendor. That cost would be associated with updating the current, or the soon-to-be new modernized criminal history system to be able to perform the functions that's required in the bill.
Perfect. So no matter what happens to the bill, that is still a required and expense.
Correct. Whether, Erica Suzayamas for the record, I apologize, whether we're doing a broad automatic seal or we're only sealing certain offenses, the base coding to allow that functionality has to occur regardless of how broad it is.
Perfect. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I don't know if you guys can, but could you provide a little background on the Department of Public Safety's parole and probation's fiscal note?
I'm going to toss that one over.
Thank you.
Good morning. Captain Ryan Osborne on behalf of the Division of Parole and Probation. Ready for questions.
Just had one question. There was your fiscal note that I see was submitted on the original bill. With the revised bill, the amended bill, would there still be a fiscal note? I see that in FY24 and in FY25 there was a zero amount. However, for future bienniums, it was just over $600,000.
Correct. So the fiscal note that was submitted was based off of a projection if all of our, essentially all of our written PSIs immediately became eligible. We basically use that as a metric to try and predict out what the number would look like. That number could be revised. Unfortunately, we're in the middle of a system automation, so it may be difficult to estimate that, but that number was estimated off of the original language that made far more people eligible for this automatic seal process.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the answers to that. Did you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a follow-up question because I was intrigued by Department of Public Safety. It sounds like currently there is the modernization of the criminal system as we speak, if we're keeping the cost in a current fiscal year versus pushing it out because of the changes in this bill. And with that, was it already anticipated to plan for looking at like maybe potentially sealing criminal history records as a part of already what is being implemented? That's part one. And part two of my question is, listening to all of these federal grants that are out there, has the Department of Public Safety been able to benefit from some of those federal grants to pay for this modernization system?
Erica Suzuyamas for the record. I'm the Division Administrator for the Records Communications and Compliance Division. I'm going to start with your second question and probably ask you to repeat the first part if you could. Yes, we have utilized federal grant money for some support in the modernization program.
And so with that, I'll go ahead and repeat my second question, but it may follow this. As part of that grant money that has been already received, is part of that grant money intended for the purposes of automatically sealing criminal records?
Erica Suzuyamas for the record. No, it is not.
And then along that timeline was as part of the my first question was, as part of the modernization that is already being underway, is part of the programming already like anticipating to provide for automatic record sealing?
Erica Suzuyamas for the record. No, it does not.
Members, any questions for these two presenters? No? All right, I thank you.
And Chair, I apologize for not recognizing you as I answered. I caught my mistake after the fact.
That's okay. Thank you. So we're down to the last fiscal note that would be the 8th Judicial District Court. Is there anyone here from the 8th Judicial District Court? You're wearing multiple hats today.
So the 8th Judicial Court is Clark County. So our Clark County fiscal note encompasses the updates from the District Court. Ashley Kennedy for the record, I apologize.
And with the amendments that have been made in the first reprint and the ones that were mentioned today, would it affect the fiscal note? Because I have a fiscal note from the original bill.
Ashley Kennedy for the record. So for Clark County's fiscal note, all of that encompasses the first reprint. So the narrowing the scope of AB 160, where we're only looking at Category E drug offenses and misdemeanor drug offenses. And this fiscal note is also reflective of future bienniums and not this one.
Thank you so much for that. All right, I think we've got through them all, or at least almost all of them. I'll invite the bill sponsor back to the table and ask you if you have any closing comments.
I will be providing the closing comments. Ashley Kennedy, representing Clark County for the record. I just wanted to mention a few different things. The current petition-based process to seal your record is cumbersome. It is a process that you really cannot do without legal representation. And that is why you see many sealing events, which is actually one coming up soon with Clark County and Legal Aid Center. So our goal with this legislation that has also been done in other states is to try to make that process easier. There are several states that have implemented automatic record sealing, with 3 states in particular moving forward a policy that live in a similar state as Nevada, where we have disparate systems. And the goal of the legislation, with a delayed implementation date, narrowing the scope of the automatic seals of convictions and charges that we're talking about, is to try to be responsible and start somewhere, recognizing that this is a big feat and giving us many years to figure this out with all of the relevant stakeholders involved. And then the last thing I just wanted to say is that we're not changing anything. Currently, when you file a petition to get your record sealed, you had to have completed your sentence and also not be on any parole or probation, and have also waited a certain statutory waiting period. For a caddy, you are you have to wait 2 years, and for a misdemeanor, it's a 1 year before you're eligible. That hasn't changed. And there's currently a rebuttable presumption in NRS 179 that if you have met these qualifications, you are eligible for a seal, and the court should rule in the favor unless a prosecutor objects to that with a reasonable belief that you are not eligible. And that hasn't changed as well. Even through this automated process, prosecutors will still have the ability to object to the seal. I just wanted to put all of that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. And can I just ask you a question? You said there's a few states that have already done this. What is the model state? As you've done your research for this piece of legislation, what are the model states that have done this that we could replicate? And in Nevada, we're kind of decentralized. Our courts don't talk to each other throughout the state. Police departments don't talk to each other throughout the state. How did they get to that more centralized communication method?
Ashley Kennedy, for the record. A lot of the states are still in implementation. I think the one that sticks out to me the most is Michigan, because they are currently in the process of implementing this, and they actually created almost like a statewide database that all the criminal justice agencies have access to, which was different than kind of what I think there's the assumption that we're in how this could work in Nevada is having our systems be able to communicate with one another. I think the Administrative Office of the Courts, while they're not here today, had mentioned the ability, hopefully, of technology that can support their system communicating to the courts and the courts communicating back to their system. And similar, hopefully, with the central repository and all those systems speaking together. Michigan didn't do something like that. They created something completely different and did kind of a statewide database. But I'll have to go back and report back, but I believe they're still in implementation, hasn't necessarily gone 100% live yet.
Thank you for that. And then when you report back, if you could find out the approximate cost of that cost that state, that would be great. I think that'd be good information to share with the committee as we go through and decide on work sessioning or moving forward with this bill. And with that, not seeing any other questions from the committee, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 160, and I will turn the meeting over to my Vice Chair, Assemblywoman Shea Bacchus, for the next bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go ahead and open the hearing on Assembly Bill 161, and I'll invite Assemblyman Miller back to the dais, and please start when you're ready.
All right. Thank you, Vice Chair Bacchus and the committee. I am back again for round 2 of Miller Time on Saturday in Ways and Means. I am C.H. Miller. I represent Assembly District 7 down in Clark County. And this portion of the day is about Assembly Bill 161, which revises provisions relating governing the identification of certain persons. The bill aims to address how persons with communication needs interactions with law enforcement officers might be influenced by their social skills and communication challenges. In such situations, it is critical that law enforcement officers are aware of potential communication needs as early as possible when engaging with these Nevadans. Upon the application of a person with a communication need, the bill requires the Nevada Department of the DMV to place on any driver's license, vehicle registration, or identification card that's issued to that person a designation indicating the person is a person with a communication need. So pretty much there's an opt-in process. They can opt in to have it on their driver's license or their vehicle registration, and that's how that would go. There is no fiscal impact, and I guess you're wondering why we're here, because there was no fiscal impact on the original bill. However, when we amended to bring in Assemblywoman Bilbray Axelrod's registration piece, there was a concern that there might be a fiscal impact based on the registration piece. However, because the DMV is in their modernization phase, we were able to push out that portion of the implementation to align with their modernization, and that then re-eliminated any concerning fiscal impact. And I believe DMV is here to say that this will not cost them $1 million. Can I get a head shake from the corner? Thumbs up, that'll work. All right.
Why, are you done with your presentation, or do you want?
So, yes, I am done with my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, well, why don't I go ahead and invite Mr. Seaver back up to the dais, because this is like DMV's handing out Christmas gifts today or something. But I just wanted to clarify, and the bill sponsor may also have to confirm this as well. When looking at the proposed amendment, I know that there's some language at the top, but if it was just simply an effective date of January 1st, 2026, would that take care of all of the issues with any potential anticipated fiscal note that DMV has? And would the bill sponsor be okay with that amendment?
Yes, thank you, Chair and committee members. Sean Sever from the Nevada DMV. We are neutral on AB 161, and we did provide a no impact fiscal note on the original bill. The amendment that would change the medical coding and add this to the registration did trigger a fairly large fiscal note that we have not submitted, but we spoke to at the original bill hearing. However, the suggested amendment from the bill sponsor moving back the implementation of the registration portion of the bill would remove our fiscal note. The effective date of the driver's license indicator would remain the same, as we already have this in place with the specific conditions already offered on the driver's license. So thanks.
Thank you, Vice Chair CH for the record. CH Miller for the record. I guess I got to say the whole thing. And so the specific language that I believe addresses it being upon the DMV's having the proper resources to do so, but no later than 2026, follows language that Chairman Moreno suggested for another bill that kind of had the same issue. So I would like to, the DMV has indicated that they do anticipate being able to get it done sooner than 2026. So I would like to maintain that language with the expectation that it'll be completed sooner, but no later than 2026, rather than move to an implementation date of 2026, if that makes sense.
Assemblyman Miller, that does make complete sense, but I just want to confirm then with the Department of Motor Vehicles that if they're able to get it done sooner than January 1st, 2026, that will not have a fiscal impact.
Yes, Sean Sever from the DMV, and that is true. We agree to that.
I'll move to committee members. Is there anyone that has any questions for the bill sponsor or DMV? It doesn't look like that, and if we can when you guys step back, we'll take a quick recess before we open it up to testimony and support. Thank you, Vice Chair Backus, for taking over the presentation for Assembly Bill 161. And I believe that we're up to testimony in support for Assembly Bill 161. If you are here to testify in support, I invite you to the table. Good morning again. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and Committee. I call this bill the ANWR bill. My name is Aisha Goins, AESHAGOINS. This bill directly affects my son, and I stand here as his mom, and I hope that you support, and also on behalf of the NAACP Las Vegas. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Lilith Barron with the ACLU of Nevada. We would like to thank both the sponsors, Assemblywoman Bilberry Axelrod and Assemblyman Miller, for their incredible work on this bill. It's been a really wonderful process, and I think that this is going to greatly help Nevadans who are experiencing communication impairment issues, as well as law enforcement, to have better interactions with those experiencing communication differences. We ask you to urge you to pass this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. Erica Roth, ERICA-ROTH, on behalf of the Washoe County Public Defender's Office, urging your support this morning. I'll just say briefly, traffic stops, law enforcement are trained that those are the most dangerous situations that they can find themselves in. And so ensuring that both law enforcement and those who may have a communication impairment are able to have that information shared is incredibly important. And so we urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. John Pure from the Clark County Public Defender's Office. I echo the comments of everybody before me and am grateful for the DMV and their Christmas gifts and making sure this good piece of legislation gets passed.
Thank you.
For the record, Annette Magnus, I'm the Executive Director of Battleborn Progress. We will say ditto to all of the comments before us, and we hope you pass this amazing bill.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else here in Carson City to provide testimony and support, we will go to Las Vegas. Is there anyone? Not seeing anyone in Las Vegas. So BPS will go to the phone lines. Do we have anyone joining us on the phone line that would like to provide testimony and support of Assembly Bill 161?
If you would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 161, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. This is Catherine Nielsen again from the Developmental Disabilities Council. I'll make my comments brief. We are obviously in support of AB 161. We had several meetings with Atara Akibola from ACLU on behalf of the bill sponsor to discuss the change to the language access to read as communication need rather than a communication impairment. An impairment signifies that an individual is unable to communicate. We know that at this time, all you're trying to do is ensure that police officers and law enforcement are able to have more positive interactions. And we thank the bill sponsor and everyone here for their time.
Thank you so much. Next caller.
Good almost afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Matthew Wilkie, Matthew Wilkie, and I'm calling in support of AB 161. Thank you for your time. Urge your support.
Thank you. Next caller.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Stephen Cohen, for the record. Stephen with a V. Cohen as in the Assemblywoman, no relation. Ditto. Thank you, and I yield.
Thank you so much. Next caller.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the committee members. This is Dora Martinez representing the Nevada Disability Peer Action Coalition. I would like to ditto Annette Magnus's amazing common sense comments and Catherine Nielsen and everyone before me. Thank you. We urge you to pass this bill.
Thank you so much. Next caller.
There are no other callers choosing to testify in support at this time.
Thank you so much. So coming back to Carson City and moving to the position of opposition, is there anyone here to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 161? See none. Not seeing anyone in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone in the phone line that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 161?
If you would like to testify in opposition to Assembly Bill 161, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. There are no callers choosing to testify in opposition at this time.
Thank you so much. So moving to neutral, is there anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony for Assembly Bill 161 here in Carson City? Not seeing any, and not seeing anyone at our table in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone on the phone line that would like to provide a neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 161?
If you would like to testify in support or in neutral of Assembly Bill 161, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. There are no callers choosing to testify in neutral at this time.
Thank you so much. I'll ask our bill sponsor if you have any closing comments. All right. So with that, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 161. Members, we have before us the first reprint of the bill, and the Assemblyman presented another amendment today, and we see that there is no fiscal note on this bill. So with that, I will entertain a motion to amend and do pass as amended.
Madam Chair, I would move to amend and do pass as amended Assembly Bill 161.
I have a motion from Assemblywoman Bacchus, a second from Assemblywoman Hadigi. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. The motion carries. Oh, any nays? Motion carries unanimously. And I'll assign the floor statement to Assemblyman Miller. And I believe in the hearing, which I missed a part of it, we're taking out the amended language that just leaves in the January 1st, 2026. With the language being no later than the January 1st, 2026. Okay? Thank you. And moving on, we will open the hearing for the last bill of Assemblyman Miller Day, Assembly Bill 253, which provides for the licensure and regulations of certain events at which the sale and consumption of cannabis or cannabis products is allowed. And we'll welcome the Assemblyman back to the table, and Ms. Goins. You two can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you, Chair Moreno. Here we go for round three. I'm excited that I'm riding in on a high note. We got one bill out of here today. So let's see that the afternoon that we will officially walk into will render such results, although I don't imagine it will at this moment. I am C.H. Miller for the record, and we're going to have a bit more fun. And I'm here to present Assembly Bill 253. This bill addresses some of the issues with illicit cannabis consumption at events by requiring the Cannabis Compliance Board to license and regulate certain events where the sale and consumption of cannabis products is allowed. In short, this bill, with the amendment available on Nellis under the Exhibits tab, will allow for certain events that meet certain requirements as determined by its local jurisdiction to allow for cannabis sales and consumption in designated spaces at those events. It does this by creating a permit for events to have a cannabis vendor, now called a cannabis concierge, providing local jurisdiction with a broad framework on minimum standards those events must meet to qualify. It creates the cannabis concierge license, which and moves to address fiscal concerns by limiting the number of licensees issued to just 21, allowing for a slow and measured ramp-up approach, starting with just 5 licenses for the first 18 months, and then a total of 16 over the course of a 5-year period. You can almost consider this a slow, measured pilot program approach to having responsible cannabis use at events. There are a couple of fiscal notes. The first is from the Cannabis Compliance Board. They submitted a fiscal note for $1.1 million in fiscal 23-24 to assist with regulatory and enforcement duties. The CCB requests 13 full-time positions, which makes up nearly $900,000 for the upcoming fiscal year. The CCB has also included the costs associated with equipment, information, IT, in-state travel, operating, staff physicals, and uniforms. The new equipment costs are one-time expenses. The revenue impacts have not been determined due to the uncertainty surrounding the fees at this time. This was based on the initial introduction of the bill, which did not have the limits on the number of licensees. In the explanation, they stated that it would be due to there currently being about 73 events having that would be eligible to have cannabis events. That was based on the original bill. Now with the amendment, we've significantly limited the number of licensees, which I hope should significantly limit the number of events they'd have to issue permits for. Of the 73 events that are there that they kind of perceive as being possibly eligible, currently none of those would be eligible based on the standards that we have created. So we'd essentially be creating another type of event type or requiring those events to significantly change some of their parameters to be allowable for cannabis consumption at those events. It is my belief that these changes significantly impact the need to have an additional 13 people in the immediate future, and gives us time while we only would issue 5 licenses for for 18 months starting in January of 24, which would give time for us to see how these events are operating, to see if there are any challenges, to quickly be able to shut things down or determine if we need to expand them by the 2025 legislature, or if we need to provide additional resources to any of the departments to handle any increases there. I will note, though, that this cycle is half of what it was last cycle. So we're on our way in the right direction, and I believe that the amendment continues moving us down in that downward path. Secondly, there is a fiscal note from taxation prepared by the Department of Taxation. I believe they are here in the room. Their fiscal note initially said that they were going to need two positions and the associated costs related with those positions. After a conversation, we have been able to lower their fiscal impact by 85, I believe it's 85,000 per fiscal year. Again, they are here and able to confirm. With that, I will stand with my co-pilot in this particular bill, Aisha Goings from Cannabis Equity and Inclusion Community, and she is here once again for the hard questions. Thank you. Did you have anything to add? Nope, we're ready for questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And we do not have the updated fiscal notes from the agencies. So I will, if they're in the room, they can testify to what those are, and then we'll need to get those for the file to move forward. But I had a question. So for the Cannabis Compliance Board, they are fee-based. So with that in mind, would the fiscal impact for them be to offset the transfers that would be going into the school education account? And maybe if there's someone from the CCB, they could answer that? Okay, we'll have to get an answer to that. There you are. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. Tyler Klimas, Executive Director of the Cannabis Compliance Board, for the record. So you're right. So if we were to add new positions, that would increase our operating budget, which comes out of the pot of money that includes the wholesale tax revenue. So yes, it would ultimately, at the end, downstream, affect the transfer to the State Education Fund.
And then, Assemblyman Miller, you said that there would be fewer events a year. What was the number? And in the original bill, it would be approximately 73 events a year. So has that changed at all?
So thank you, C.H. Miller, for the record. Thank you for the question, Chair. So currently, none of the events, we don't have an event that actually qualifies based on the minimum standards. They would have to change either the age requirements of their event, the locations of their events, or the number of participants for those events to actually qualify for the broad framework that we're creating in this bill. Additionally, the jurisdictions who will ultimately have authority over the actual event itself will have additional requirements that will need to be met in those respective jurisdictions. So as of right now, of the 73 events, without some changes, which I imagine some probably would try to make those changes, there aren't any events that will qualify. They would have to recreate or create new events.
Thank you for that. So, question for the Cannabis Board. You have 13 new positions and the associated operating costs. If there's not currently events of this type going on, how did you get to the 13 positions? How was that calculation made?
Chair, thank you for the question. Tyler Klimas for the record. And that's correct. And even before with the original bill draft, we just don't know what events would qualify. So to put any kind of fiscal note, on the bill, we had to start somewhere. So we looked at Travel Nevada just to get an idea of statewide events. And so we certainly realized that all of those wouldn't qualify. We just needed a baseline marker because most of these likely are going to be new events, right? They're going to be cannabis-focused events. We don't know what jurisdictions will allow for them. We don't know exactly what they're going to look like. So truly, it is an unknown number. We just needed a baseline to start. We do know we'll need resources, obviously, to facilitate those, audit and inspect the plans, have agents to be able to go out there and ensure compliance. We started with that from Travel Nevada, at least to give us a starting point.
Thank you for that. And then my last question for you, I think it's my last question for you. Because you are a fee-based and you do not receive general funds, would you be able to absorb this cost? Or would the cost be associated with the fees for the vendors?
Tyler Klimas for the record. Thank you, Chair, for the question. So I believe the fees in the newest amendment that we got a couple days ago, I think it was like $5,000 for the license, $3,000 for renewal, and then $250, I believe, for the event permit. Assemblyman Miller can confirm that. So, with those fees and with the limit on licenses, which is 20, I mean, obviously, if you facilitated all 20, that'd be $100,000 in application fees, and then whatever that is, plus the $3,000 in renewals. So, I mean, no, that wouldn't cover, as we sit here now, the 13 positions that we're requesting. Certainly, we could realize new tax revenue from these events, right, which has potential to add, certain revenues, downstream from the wholesale sales, even though they have to purchase from a retail sale, but that would be, impossible for us to determine at this time.
Thank you so much. And then I guess I'd ask the taxation department to join Mr. Miller if you're here in the room. Good morning. And if you could just speak to the fiscal note that you submitted. I know the fiscal note was submitted on the original bill, and there was an amendment, and then Assemblyman Miller did have an additional amended language. How would that affect your fiscal note?
Thank you. Thank you, Jeff Mitchell, for the record with the Nevada Department of Taxation. Yes, our original fiscal note submitted on the initial language was for $187,753,000 in fiscal year 23-24 and $203,826 in fiscal year 24-25, and that was for consideration of two audit compliance investigators to help in the administration of this tax. With the proposed amendment that we were able to review, we did reduce that down to one position because we believe that there would be a limit on the number of events that would be coming forward. And so in FY 23-24, we would have a total of $106,333 for a reduction of $81,420. And in FY 24-25, it would be $118,021 for a reduction of $85,805. And in future biennium, $273,195, which is a reduction of $107,987 from the original fiscal note.
Thank you for that. Members, any questions for the presenters or the Department of Taxation or the Cannabis Compliance Board? See none. Alrighty. Thank you so much for the presentation, and I will ask you to step back, and we will move to testimony in support of Assembly Bill 253 in its first reprint. If you're here in Carson City and you'd like to provide testimony in support, I invite you to the table. Not seeing anyone here in Carson City and not seeing anyone at the table in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone join us on the phone line that would like to provide testimony in support of Assembly Bill 253?
If you would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 253, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify in support at this time.
Thank you so much. Moving to opposition, is there anyone here in Carson City that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 253? Not seeing any. Is there anyone in Las Vegas that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 253? Not seeing any. BPS, do we have anyone join us on the phone line that would like to provide testimony in opposition of Assembly Bill 253?
If you would like to testify in opposition to Assembly Bill 253, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify in opposition at this time.
Thank you so much. And then we'll move to the neutral testimony. Is there anyone that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 253? Seeing none here in Carson City, not seeing anyone at the table in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone on the telephone lines that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 253?
If you would like to testify in neutral for Assembly Bill 253, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Chair, there are no callers choosing to testify in neutral at this time.
Thank you so much. And we'll ask the sponsors of the event, of the bill, if you have any closing comments.
I just want to say this concludes your hour of Miller time at the Nevada State Legislature in the Ways and Means Committee. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much. And with that, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 253. And we'll move on to the last bill on our agenda for the day, and that is Assembly Bill 184. In its first reprint, establishes an incentive program for the purchase of certain zero-emissions, medium-duty, and heavy-duty vehicles, and invite Assemblyman Watts, the real Assemblyman Watts, to the table.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Howard Watts for the record, representing Assembly District 15. My pleasure to present AB 184 for your consideration today. Briefly, what this program looks to do is to utilize a new pot of federal funding that came from federal infrastructure laws known as the Carbon Reduction Program, and use the 35% of funds that the state can use for various programs to stand up an incentive program aimed at helping local governments, state government, and businesses to procure zero emissions, medium and heavy duty electric vehicles. So everything from buses, semi-trucks, down to delivery vans and other similar vehicles. And the goal of that is, again, to utilize this pot of funding meant to reduce pollution and emissions in our state and focus it on those vehicles that have a very high proportion of those emissions. With that, I'll get right into both the fiscal aspects of the bill as well as the amendment that you have before you. And the first page of that is more of a summary of the changes that are laid out in the mock-up. And there was a couple of policy items, but there are also items related to the fiscal aspect of the bill. I will note that there was a fiscal note submitted by the Department of Transportation. It's a zero fiscal note, but explained some of the dynamics involved in trying to figure out how this program works. And then there's a fiscal note from the Division of Environmental Protection, and after I conclude, I'd ask them to come up as well right away so that they can answer questions about their fiscal note, which I believe can be absorbed and covered with the federal funds being dedicated to this program. So briefly, in addition to that fiscal note, the other reason that we are here in the Money Committee is because a $4 million appropriation was added coming out of the Policy Committee. That was because there was the program that is administered is on a reimbursement basis. So there were a lot of conversations about figuring out how do we make sure that the funding is available to start to stand up this program and then be able to get those costs reimbursed. In additional conversations with the agencies and others, we have determined that appropriation can be removed from the bill, that we will have the ability to find a way to make some of those expenditures and get them reimbursed without having to appropriate kind of that initial capital to just have some kind of liquidity for the program. So with that, walking you very briefly through this, and the way that this works is this is a federal Department of Transportation program. Those funds come to the State Department of Transportation. Our Division of Environmental Protection has run incentive programs, including specifically for the replacement of heavier duty diesel vehicles in the past, including through the VW settlement. So we felt that was the best home for the program. So essentially, funds will come from federal DOT to state DOT. They will enter into an agreement with the Division of Environmental Protection, who will administer that program, and then that agreement will allow for the funding and administration to be connected. So with that, walking you through the amendment, the first item is just adding some clarification because, like many federal programs, the guidance is still being produced. There have been active engagement with the agency, and based on some other similar existing programs that this is modeled off of, we do believe that this will be an allowable use of the funds. But this first amendment basically says that if for any reason it turns out that this is not an allowable use of the funds, we don't want to end up in a catch-22 where we've dedicated the funds in a way that isn't workable. So this would make it clear that that in that event, the Department of Transportation would basically be able to change courses and use this on any other eligible purpose. The next change in section 16 sub 6 strikes when we're talking about other funding that we could potentially bring in to support these efforts. We added a program that isn't an eligible source of funding, so we struck that out just to help clean up the statute. In 16.7, this is another piece just meant to guarantee that we're making the most of these funds. So as we're getting this guidance and setting these things up and doing the outreach to get folks to participate, if there's any danger of funding expiring in a year, and these funds, once that we get them, we have 4 years to expend. So if there's any danger that through this effort we might not be able to expend them, that money again can come back to DOT for other eligible purposes to make sure that we're getting all those dollars on the ground in Nevada in some way. Section 17.6, again, we're just making sure that that we're allowing that flexibility to ensure this aligns with the federal guidance on this program when it comes out. And then section 17.6a. So there are some kind of multipliers for these incentives. One is for various essentially minority businesses. We are clarifying that section so that they are disadvantaged small businesses. This is a term used by the Small Business Administration. It also requires that those businesses demonstrate that they are both socially and economically disadvantaged. And so we're basically just modifying that section to align with some of those federal SBA language and programs. And let's see, then it looks like we've just got a little bit of clarifying language, including some clear language around having regulations developed for the process of awarding these incentives. And then finally, we are proposing deletion of the proposed $4 million appropriation. So with that, that concludes my presentation. I'd like to ask the representative from the Division of Environmental Protection to come up to help confirm their understanding of their fiscal note, and then open it up to any questions that members of the committee may have. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Danilo Dragoni. I'm a Deputy Administrator for the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to clarify our fiscal note. The division estimated that we will need an additional position as environmental scientists to develop and manage the Clean Trucks and Bus incentive program, and additional traveling to promote the incentives. As we learn more about the carbon reduction, the federal carbon reduction program grant, it is our understanding that this federal program, this federal grant, will cover 90% of the cost incurred by the divisions. There is a 10% match, and the division will be able to absorb it. And finally, the proposed amendments today do not change our assessment. Thank you.
Assemblywoman Brownlee.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Just one clarifying question. With regard to the change of the eligibility, I'm curious to know, and you and I had discussed this previously, how does this eliminate nonprofit organizations that are operating fleets? And I would just utilize Catholic Charities as perhaps the example. They do have a small number of fleets that they're delivering home-based meals for, and so I'm curious to know if they would still be eligible for this type of program.
Thank you for that question, Assemblywoman Brown May. Howard Watts for the record. So let me start by saying at the highest level, yes, any type of entity is eligible to benefit from this program. So whether they are a for-profit, a not-for-profit, or a governmental entity, any entity would be able to qualify for this program. Now, again, we do have certain modifiers that we've put in place for certain types of entities. Again, for example, to help school districts get more electric or zero-emission school buses deployed within their fleets, and so on. And so on that account, looking at some of the small business language to see if nonprofits are covered in that, I'd have to get back to you. But I will say, at a high level, overall access to the program is open to basically any entity in the state that owns or operates these types of vehicles.
Thank you for the clarification. I appreciate that. Many times the nonprofits the size of Catholic Charities don't qualify for small business, but really would be a medium-sized business. And I just want to make sure that as we tighten up the eligibility requirements, we don't inadvertently do harm to an entity that could really use the assistance.
Thank you. Assemblyman Watts, in your amendment on page 5, section 16, subsection 7, and the amended language that says less in 1 year or less must revert to the state general fund to be administered by the Department of Transportation for other eligible uses of such federal monies. However, if it's reverted to the state general fund, it would stay there. So do you want to clean up that language so that the money would stay with the Department of Transportation so they could utilize that money?
Howard Watts for the record. Yes, thank you very much for that, Madam Chair. Again, as we were working on this and getting some final changes put together, and I very much appreciate, again, our staff and legal for helping put together this mock-up yesterday and helping get it distributed to everyone. But the intent is that it would be reverted back to the department. We don't want to have it end up outside of the department, so yes, we would absolutely like to clean up that language. The intent with all of this is that these funds are coming into the Nevada Department of Transportation. We're looking to create this partnership and this program, but in any event where it seems like there's going to be a problem in utilizing those funds, either in general or within the allocated time frame, we want those to go back to specifically the Department of Transportation for use on other eligible activities.
Perfect. So we'll just need cleanup for the transfer of that money back to that department. And then there was one other fiscal note, and that's from the Department of Conservation and Natural Resources Division. Are someone here to speak on your fiscal note? And I believe that fiscal note was submitted with the original bill, not as the bill is amended. And with the amendment, the first reprint and the amendment presented today, would that affect your fiscal note and perhaps lower it or maybe even to zero? I don't know.
Thank you, Madam Chair. James Sulmeyer, Director of Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. I believe the fiscal note in question for Department of Conservation and Natural Resources is the one from NDEP, the Nevada Department of Environmental Protection, since it is one of the divisions in our department.
And Howard Watts for the record. So as was stated, the latest understanding of that is that the costs do stand. 90% of those costs are eligible to be covered from these federal funds, and they believe that the other remaining 10% match can be absorbed by the agency.
And can that 10% match be absorbed by the agency? Yes.
James Sulmeyer, Director of Department of Conservation and Natural Resources. That is our understanding, yes.
Thank you so much. Members, any other questions? Assemblywoman Kasama.
Thank you so much for this bill, and I just wanted to say I really appreciate how you worked really hard in Section 22.5 for the $4 million. That was a general fund appropriation, and to seek out and find bridge funding for that, I think is just really great, and I think this is a good bill that can do a lot of good for our environment and for options for the businesses in the state of Nevada. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions from the members, thank you so much for the presentation. I'll invite anyone that's here in the audience that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 184 to come up to the table. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Kyle Davis today on behalf of Western Resource Advocates. There's a letter on Nellis detailing our support, so I won't spend too much time. I just want to thank the Department of Transportation and the Division of Environmental Protection for working with us on this bill and really working through some of the real technical aspects as we make this work with the federal law along with what we're trying to do in this state. And I appreciate their efforts so that we can put together legislation we think is going to be very beneficial for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Christy Cabrera-Georgeson, and I'm the Deputy Director of the Nevada Conservation League. We are here in strong support of AB 184. We think it's a win-win for the state, saving some businesses money and reducing toxic air pollution. We also submitted a letter on Nellis, so we'll leave it at that and urge the committee's support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Paul Enos. I'm the CEO of the Nevada Trucking Association. Here today to support Assembly Bill 184. We greatly appreciate working with the sponsor and the proponents of the bill to come up with something that was workable for our industry. And while this is available to everybody, we really do appreciate some of the sweeteners, those base incentives that are put in the bill that do help our disadvantaged business enterprises as well as our owner-operators. When you're looking at buying one of these new zero-emission vehicles, the cost is about 3 times what you're paying for a conventional truck. So the fact that there is that 33% base incentive is something that is great for those folks who, are looking at the math and saying, hey, this isn't something we can do. When you're looking at one of these new trucks, your taxes, your federal excise tax, 12%, plus your registration, your sales taxes, you're looking at hitting about $100,000 just in taxes on this. So if you want these guys who typically hold on to these trucks longer to be able to move towards this direction, this is absolutely needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hey, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Andrew McCammon, the Executive Director of the Franchise Auto Dealers Association. Mr. Enos covered somewhat what I wanted to hit on. It's important to note that the biggest impediment, particularly with respect to medium and heavy-duty trucks, of getting the small businessmen and women into cleaner, safer vehicles is cost. And an impediment is he referenced the federal excise tax on trucks. These things aren't cheap. And quite frankly, what this is going to do is it's going to put those small businessmen and women into electric vehicles where they will not otherwise be able to do it. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Mr. Watts on this. Many of you are in growth and infrastructure, so don't want to hit into the policies, but we had some concerns. Those were addressed, and we look forward to going into rulemaking and rolling this out. So really encourage its support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Paul Maratkin with the Vegas Chamber. The Chamber is also in support of AB 184, and we appreciate the work that is done by the bill sponsor with the industry and stakeholders. The Chamber was in support of the policy bill components in the original hearing, and we also support the financial provisions of the bill and the focus to help Nevada small businesses in the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, my name is Tom Clark. I'm from the Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce, and I'll just keep it short and say ditto to all the things that have been said previously. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here in Carson City that would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 184? Not seeing any, and not seeing anyone in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone join us on the phone line that would like to provide testimony in support of Assembly Bill 184?
If you would like to testify in support of Assembly Bill 184, please press star 9 now to take your place in the queue. Caller with the last 3 digits, 970, please press star 6 to unmute your phone. You may begin.
Thank you, Chair Monroe. Thank you, Chair Monroe, Moreno, members of the committee. My name is Janet Carter, and I'm a volunteer member of the Sierra Club's Legislative Committee and want to speak very briefly on behalf of our over 30,000 members and supporters within the state of Nevada. The Sierra Club strongly supports this legislation. We really appreciate the work that has gone into it to make it cost-effective for the state. And we recognize that an immediate and rapid reduction in fossil fuel consumption should be a priority in our effort to mitigate climate change, and the transportation sector being a major contributor to poor air quality. We really support this effort to go in that right direction, and we think it's time to do it, and we ask for your support of AB 184, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next caller.
There are no other callers to testify in support.
Thank you so much. Moving to opposition, is there anyone here in Carson City that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 184? Not seeing any. Is there anyone in Las Vegas that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 184? Not seeing any. BPS, do we have anyone join us on the phone line that would like to testify in opposition of Assembly Bill 184?
There are no callers to testify in opposition at this time.
Thank you so much. So going to the neutral position, is there anyone here in Carson City that would like to provide neutral testimony on Assembly Bill 184? Not seeing any. Not seeing anyone in Las Vegas to provide neutral testimony. BPS, do we have anyone on our phone lines?
There are no callers to testify in neutral at this time.
Thank you so much. I'll invite the sponsor of the bill back to the table for any closing comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Howard Watts for the record. Go Knights, go.
And with that, we will close the hearing on Assembly Bill 184. And members, I believe we can open the work session on Assembly Bill 184. In the presenter's testimony and in the amendment, the $4 million appropriation has been removed from the bill. The fiscal notes were addressed in the bill, and the 10% match, the agency testified that they could absorb the cost. So with that and the additional amendment to update the language on this section. So with that, I will accept a motion to amend and do pass as amended.
Madam Chair, I'd move to amend and do pass as amended Assembly Bill 184.
I have a motion from Assemblywoman Bacchus, a second from Assemblywoman Hadigi. Any discussion on the motion? Assemblyman Hafen.
I did have a couple of questions that came up that I'm going to take offline with the bill sponsor, but I'm going to support this today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Not seeing any, we have a motion on the floor. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously of the members present, and we'll assign that floor statement to Assemblyman Watts. Thank you. And that does bring us to the very last item on our agenda for today, and that is public comment. If we have anyone here in Carson City that would like to make public comment, I invite you to the table here. If there's anyone in Las Vegas that would like to make public comment, I invite you to the table there as well, and we will start here in Carson City. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Aisha Goins, AESHA-GOINS, and this is the Cannabis Equity and Inclusion, Community Cannabis Equity Inclusion Coalition's 5th year that we have been coming to the legislative session and advocating for social equity. It has been a lot of work, and it has all been a work of passion. I appreciate all of my mentors, all the legislators who even listened and thought that this made sense or even that it mattered. I appreciate you, and we will go into our next 5 years doing the same. Thank you.
Thank you, and we appreciate the work that you've been doing. Is there anyone else here in Carson City that would like to make public comment? Not seeing any. Not seeing anyone in our room in Las Vegas. BPS, do we have anyone joining us on the phone line to make public comment today?
The public line is open and working, but there are no callers to provide public comment at this time.
Thank you so much. So members and everyone who joined us today, thank you so much. We got through those bills a little faster than I thought we would, so you may be able to enjoy a little bit of your weekend. Take a nap, because next week's going to be full speed ahead. So with that, this meeting is adjourned.